Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Finance and Corporate Services Committee. We are dealing with our capital budget today. We are a little past 9:30, so we'll get right into it. Mr. Chapman. Oh, pardon me. One moment, Mr. Chapman. I don't see. Okay, sorry, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would like to move that a vote be taken after each section of the capital budget, including on each of the issue papers.
Okay.
If you could just give me a second before you cut me off, please. Last week, there were a number of issues that were brought forward as to why we shouldn't be going down that road. One of them was efficiency. Well, last week, we were done with this meeting 90 minutes ahead of time. And normally these meetings go on over our schedule. Looking at the tapes, I find that it takes a minute to a minute and a half for a vote. We could have had time to take 45 votes and still be efficient and finish within our allotted time. Another point that was raised was that historically this is the way it's been done. That's not true. Over the years, it was common to take votes after each section and on special items that arose when asked for a vote by a member of council. It was not uncommon to see up to a dozen changes made on each of the budget days for both the capital and operating budgets. And as a result, those sections were dealt with much faster on final budget day. Another point is that not all councillors do participate with all of the items. And therefore, it really becomes difficult to know how members of council are leaning on issues without getting into private discussions in the back room. And that's not the place where they should take place. They should take place here. Another point that was made that I still say that staff have done a good job. It's an excellent product they're bringing to the table. I totally agree. They have done an excellent job. They have done their job as professionals and put a product on the table. But it is up to us to challenge our staff. It's up to us to ask questions about it. We can always make improvements. Finally, I will not, for the sake of efficiency, I will not be doing any speaking today. That'll save you a considerable period of time. Normally, when I ask a question, I generally know the answer of the question I'm asking. I'm asking it for the sake of other people. And just one final point. I was intent on my questions last week that there are a number of members of council who show no respect for people speaking and are fiddling with their mobile devices. I have seen this often when we have delegates coming to address this council, and I think that is really unacceptable. I have tried over my term in council, excuse me, on 3 occasions to have mobile devices eliminated from the council chambers. I will try again next January. I know there are occasions when mobile devices could be very helpful to council, but it's a shame that I know often when we're dealing with a planning issue or something, I like to go into Google Maps and see exactly what we're talking about. But I'm afraid that there are too many members around this horseshoe that are really abusing that, and because of that, we should...
Councillor Gazzola, I'm going to cut you off. We're talking about budget today, not mobile devices.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor, just for the benefit of you that showed up perhaps a little bit late, Councillor Gazzola is moving a similar motion to the one he moved at operating budget, which is to vote on every single item in the capital budget today. I will accept that motion as I did earlier. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. Last operation budget, we had a few opportunities for questions, and quite often we ran over, a number of us. So if we are in the situation today where we are running ahead of schedule and we have further questions from the same councillors who run over 10 minutes, I would like to ask the chair to, if there is no other person in the queue, that councillor be allowed an additional 2 minutes to complete their round of questions.
No, that's not, we voted on this as per past procedure. Pardon me. I do typically, and as I did an operating budget, if there's an additional question or two, I have let members of council go overtime to finish those questions, but we went through the entire rules of procedure on this not too long ago, and it was dealt with, and these are the rules that we have, and it's equal and equitable to every member of council. So I will not accept
it's
that.
a policy of council, and it is council's right to adjust that policy at any time in the future after that. My understanding is that when it's council policy, it is our policy, and therefore it would be our right as a group to adjust or modify that policy.
Okay. Yeah, and we're not dealing with that today. We're dealing with capital budget today. And I would ask the clerk if she knows offhand if those rules of procedure were dealt with in this term of council, or if it was previous term, just because that would require a motion to reconsider as well.
Through the chair, I would need 2 minutes to quickly check the last set of operating budget minutes, capital budget minutes, to see when it was that we dealt with that. To my knowledge, it was 2 years ago, which would be in this current term.
Thank you. So I will accept Councillor Gazzola's motion of that year's. Councillor Fernandez is out of order. Councillor Singh?
Yes, very quickly, just a quick comment on Councillor Gazzola's motion. Although I appreciate what he's trying to say, it's not something I can agree with. I think all things discussed or voted on around this chamber are important and impactful to our citizens, but nothing more so when discussion around the budget. And I find this process helpful, the fact that we go through operating and capital and then finally voting on the final budget. It gives us chance to consult with staff, not backdoor discussions or backdoor meetings, but reflect on what's being proposed or recommended by staff and seek additional information. So my concern with trying to take votes on it during the operating or budget meeting, operating or capital meeting, is that sometimes we may not have all the necessary information to properly make that decision. And that's why final budget day is for. So it's not something I can support.
Thank you. And Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I echo Councillor Singh's comments. It's tough to say where you stand before you get all the information, and we have the public input session. I'm not prepared to make up my mind in finality today. We always have the chance to change that, but without all the proper information, and especially input from our citizens, I think it's premature to be placing where we stand today. I also want to comment on the BlackBerry comments that Councillor Gazzola made. I was appalled because it was pointed out to me that on social media there was a post that commented, guess which councillor was on their BlackBerry all through the meeting. So that insinuates that it could be any of us. There was no context at all given in that comment. We have all, I'm sure, answered a constituent email during a council or committee meeting. We have issues that continue while we are in committee and in budget, and there's also sometimes a family matter. And I think without any context, comments like that are pretty much cyberbullying, and I think this stuff needs to stop, and we need to, if we have an issue with somebody, talk to them in person.
Okay, There's been comments on that on both sides. Now we're going to leave the mobile device argument for a later time. I have very strong thoughts on that as well, but I don't think this is the time to discuss it. If someone wants to discuss that at a future point, I would be more than happy to have that debate. Mayor Vabanovich, final comment, and then we'll vote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Davey. And I see that we're re-engaging in a conversation that I think we had last week. And I'm just going to reiterate my comments that I made, and some have already made today, that I think the process that has evolved with budget has been rather helpful, and quite frankly, has brought integrity to the process. Excuse me. In fact, I think getting all of the information, getting all of the input, and most importantly, allowing our public engagement processes to take place before council starts making decisions, I think indicates that we truly are listening to the input that the community has, and balancing that with the wide range of information that we have, and ultimately making a decision. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think us at times in the past taking any votes did anything, because nobody was bound by them from committee to council. Additional information became available. People could make different decisions. And what matters ultimately is budget day, and we will deal with those things on budget day and give them the full debate that they deserve at the time.
Thank you. My comments were already covered. I mentioned my concerns with this at operating budget, so no need to reiterate. So it's been moved by Councillor Gazzola that we vote on everything, and a recorded vote's been called. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails by a Democratic vote. Mr. Chapman, apologies. Your screen isn't functioning, Councillor Gazzola? Is it on, or is it just displaying the wrong thing? Sorry, Mr. Chapman, we had a speed bump there, a bit of traffic calming first thing in the morning.
Morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased to be here this morning to introduce the draft 2018 operating budget. Similar to last Monday, I'll present a very brief overview, and then Mr. Haggie will walk you through the balance of the slide deck this morning. As has been agreed by Council, we'll summarize any requests for follow-up that you make today and bring those back at the end of the day for a resolution. This is the agenda for today's meeting, and it follows a similar approach to what you've seen in previous years. So, Council, I started by saying this morning that I'm very pleased by the mix of priorities that has been achieved in the capital budget and 10-year forecast that you have in front of you today. As you know, included within it are substantial investments in core infrastructure, much of which is largely invisible to citizens, but is relied upon each and every day for essential services like the provision of clean drinking water. But beyond that are a number of new investments that will build a more vibrant community, and I'll touch on a few of those highlights in just a moment. But I'd suggest to you that the budget also represents a responsible financial plan in three ways. First of all, the budget is balanced, which means it's fully funded across all 10 years of the forecast. So this is not a wish list. Rather, it is a 10-year plan of what will be achieved each and every year of that plan. Secondly, for the fifth year in a row, the budget reduces the city's debt position by a significant amount, placing our total debt outstanding squarely within the moderate range as defined by the province of Ontario. And lastly, it allows for modest improvements in our overall reserve position, which is another small step towards achieving our minimum target reserve balances. As I mentioned on the previous slide, this budget represents a mix of investments in core infrastructure and also community amenities. Because of the internal rigor of the budget process, new investments are being proposed in key areas without increases in the tax-supported contribution. Some of the highlights of these new investments that stand out to me are $1.8 million to repair 6 deteriorating city bridges, investments in parking and pedestrian access at Bright Up Park in fulfillment of the promise that was made to the neighborhood earlier this year by Council, increased ongoing investments across all tenures of the forecast in our citywide parks, Kiwanis Park, McLennan Park, and Huron Natural Area, to bring them up to the same level of investment as Victoria Park. As it relates to the Iron Horse Trail, accelerating the paving, widening, and lighting of the trail, replacing major water mains on King Street, Fairway Road, and Victoria Streets, placemaking on Queen Street, and also increased funding to strengthen the city's ability to defend itself against emerging cybersecurity threats. And these are just new investments in the 10-year forecast on top of all of the commitments that have been made by Council in previous years. So Council, I did my comments this morning by thanking staff and the senior management team, senior leadership team for their excellent work on this submission. We look forward to your discussions and deliberations on the capital budget. And with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Haggie, who will walk you through the balance of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Morning, Chair Davey.
Morning.
Members of Council. As noted, I'll be walking through the rest of the slide deck, starting with an overview of the budget. First, just the schedule. We're here on Capital Budget Day, and then we're going to have a bit of a break as we consider the feedback we get from Council, produce a final Budget Day package, and allow an opportunity for public comment. We'll have a public input night, as we typically do, the week before budget approval, which is scheduled for January 22nd. As noted last week, there are lots of different ways for citizens to connect to the budget. They're listed here on this slide. I can say that after the operating budget, we did get an email to the budget@kitchener.ca, so Councillor Yaneski had asked, have we received anything? At that point, no. Now we at least have a trickle, and we expect that we'll see a whole lot more after this budget, which is this discussion today, which is typical of our process. Turning to what a capital budget is, just as a quick reminder, the capital budget funds major investments in city infrastructure. And the slide tells you how that can be. So typically they're projects that are costly, last a number of years, and they maintain or renew existing assets. The composition of the capital budget can include, it's typically things that you can touch and feel, so land, buildings, equipment, machinery, those types of things. And those are used to provide service to citizens. A few highlights about this specific budget. The 10-year capital budget and forecast includes 423 total projects, totaling just over $1.1 billion. And year one of the capital budget has $92 million of funding allocated in the first year. And again, just to draw Council's attention, we talk about the capital budget, sometimes it's called the budget and forecast, sometimes it's the 10-year forecast. Just to crystallize in Council's mind what's being requested, Council is approving year one of the 10-year capital budget and forecast. So year one is what is being requested for approval, and then there's an articulation of a work plan over the following 9 years. That Council isn't necessarily approving, so it's not as if we have direction to go do that work, but it is an articulation of future work. And as Mr. Chapman pointed out, that work plan has been funded and it's available to be done, but through this process, Council is really only approving the work slated for 2018. Mr. Chapman already pointed out the three highlights about the budget being balanced, reducing the city's debt, and investing in infrastructure and help creating community. I'll just cycle back to those briefly over the next few slides. The first bit is about the budget being balanced, and again, that means that there is identified funding for every project within the capital budget. And that seems pretty common sense or pretty mundane, but it is actually an achievement. It is the 10-year capital forecast is not just a wish list. It's an actual articulation of work to be done in those years with identified funding sources. You can see from the pie chart that the majority of the work is funded through enterprises. And that's largely due to the full road reconstruction program that includes funding from water, sanitary, and stormwater. The next largest piece of the pie is the capital pool, so that includes transfers from taxation, our debt, and a few reserves that fund the capital pool, and then development charges are the third largest funding source before we get into the smaller funding sources, as shown on the pie chart. Secondly is a reduction in city debt. We're going to look at this in more detail later on this morning, but you can see just from the graph that's shown on this slide that the city's debt levels continue to decrease. They go from, on this slide, about $100 or $80 million down to the $30 million range over the next decade. And so as we get into the debt, we'll see that that's what has been planned, and that continues to happen as we move forward throughout the proposed budget. The city, on account of council's leadership, continues to demonstrate leadership in reducing its debt levels when we see debt levels rising all over Ontario, all over Canada, and amongst other municipalities even nearby. So it's because of cities or council's direction that we've been able to move this way when others are going the opposite direction. Oops. The third highlight deals with infrastructure and community. And some of the items that Mr. Chapman highlighted are shown on the screen. And the capital budget makes some new investments in areas that the citizens typically don't see. So the water mains that are underground, just putting in better improvements for low impact development on road reconstruction projects, or protecting us from cyber attacks. It also creates community in ways that the public would see. So placemaking on Queen Street is one of the things that council will be considering through this capital budget, as well as improvements on the Iron Horse Trail, which is the city's premier trail that runs throughout the city. Staff take direction from council on what projects are priorities, and we do this through a number of ways, and they're shown here on the slide. Some of these happen on an annual basis. Some of them would happen on an intermittent basis, so something like the strategic plan or the development charge study that happen every few years. And some of them just happen on an as-needed basis when there's specific issues that come up. Regardless of how the priorities are identified, these priorities are often referred to the budget process to determine the specific timing of projects. And the budget process isn't intended to be another debate about all of those projects or the things in them, but it's really meant to be the point where council allocates resources to those different priorities and moves things forward or back based on what their priorities are. Once council has identified different priorities, it's up to staff to propose a budget to best address the priorities against limited resources. And kind of the three top ways that we do that are shown on the slide. We look at what things are legislated and therefore required to be done. We look at things that continue to deliver valued services that are already being offered today. And we look for things that support council and the community's priorities as identified through discussion and input through various public input engagements. Like the operating budget, the capital budget's reviewed multiple times by several staff. It starts at a divisional level, then it moves to a departmental level. In my finance area, we look at the request and figure out what funding sources could be used and allocate those funds as they're allowed. And finally, it goes through the Administrative Review Committee over a multiple day review. All this work is done up front to ensure that a quality product is being prepared and presented to council. And finally, council will have a discussion starting today and culminating in final budget approval in January about the capital budget. Before we move on to the boards, just to note there are two projects with some significant dollars attached to them that are not reflected in the 10-year budget and forecast. The first is City Hall Outdoor Square, and the second is asset management plan implementations. Both of these will have a significant impact, but require more information, more investigation to determine the best approach, the costs, and the timing. as well as potential funding sources in order to include them in the budget. So they are not in now, but we anticipate that they would be in it through future budget processes. I will pause here, Mr. Chair, if there are any questions about any of the overview slides before we move to Centre in the Square and KPL.
Very good. There are a few in the queue, starting with Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I know this will probably be touched on later too, but with regards to major projects not included in the budget, I notice yet again that the South District Park Arena hasn't made it into the 10-year capital forecast. It used to be in the forecast, and it's part of an approved master plan. I'm just wondering, I don't need answers necessarily today, but I was hoping to get an issue paper for final budget day around where we could find money in the budget, and if not, why not? What's the justification for it not being included? Because I ask every year, and it's time. I know it's not going to affect this year that we're approving, but down the road, it seems to keep falling off the end.
Okay, Mr. May, do you want to comment?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The construction of a Twin Pad Arena is a major expenditure, as you would know, and two things will happen before we can have any decisions. So I feel like an issue paper, we wouldn't be able to provide much information. In next year, we'll be updating our leisure facilities master plan, and so that will help set outdoor priorities for rec and leisure. And then in 2019, we'll be updating the DC bylaw. Both of those things need to occur before we really can tell you how we might fund, or even if the community still continues to believe that that's the best investment. So I just fear that an issue paper would not have the kind of details that you're looking for at this point.
But every year I ask, and every year it just doesn't, it gets pushed off for a different reason and a different reason. And, you know, it actually, when I started 10 years ago, or 11 years ago, I guess now, it was in the capital forecast. We're 11 years later and it's still not in at least the tail end of the capital forecast. So I'm concerned that every year it's pushed off for another leisure facilities or another DC study, because we've gone through two since then. So I'm concerned that it just keeps getting pushed out.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what I can say is it was pushed out because that was the priorities of the leisure facilities master plan. It was not staff who arbitrarily pushed it out. It was through the community engagement and our analysis of arena needs. And so what I'm saying is that next year we're going to do that work, and then in 2019 we'll update the DC bylaw review.
Well, and I completely understand that since the master plan was complete that we did acquire Sports World, so I understand why it wasn't number one priority within the South District Park, but my understanding it's still in the master plan, it's still contemplated, and we just continue to not have any funding put towards it anywhere in the capital forecast. I realize it doesn't affect this year, but I'd still like to see something in there so that we at least...
So if I could just jump in to sort of suggest a compromise, Mr. May, if you want to cue back in, just in the interest of both balancing that workload of staff and Councillor Galloway-Seelock's request, if perhaps the issue paper, just to keep it on the radar, if an issue paper could come forward, but simply stating maybe approximate cost of a structure like this and why it isn't in the capital forecast, then at least starts a discussion point possibly for future budgets. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, is that acceptable?
That's fair, yeah.
Is that reasonable in terms of, okay, appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On C21, reflection on the city's debt, and it's really good to see that we are on the downward trend. Much of that is to do with the EDIF fund or the debt that is being paid off.
Correct.
For a number of years. And from the chart, my assumption is that the final year of that EDIF debt, is it 2023 or 2024? Is it 2023 or 2024?
That it runs
Final
out?
Year, yeah.
I would have, well, it'll be more apparent on a future slide when the color-coded bars come up.
That's fine. So would it be better for me to wait to ask EDIF questions at that point, or can I ask right now?
I would say it's probably better in that point because it'll be distinct as to what the debt load because of EDIF is.
Okay, all right. I'll wait to key back in. The other question I had was just on asset management plan and implementation on outside of our more infrastructure, but citywide assets, and that's not something that's being contemplated as a part of this budget. But again, that is a looming concern, just like infrastructure, that's investments that haven't seen necessary dollars associated to them for deterioration costs over time and possible replacements for some. When will we start looking at that?
I think Mr. Reedman will be.
Thank you, Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so there are a number of, there's phase 1 asset management plans, which are the high-level plans, and then phase 2 asset management plans, which are the more detailed ones. So the asset management program is defined what those are over the next 5 years. An example of one of them that's included in the budget is roofing for facilities. So we have done more detailed asset management plans on that. So there is an issue paper in this budget package related to that, but I can circulate you a copy of the asset management plan schedule.
I think that would be helpful for us to see, and I don't necessarily need to key back in on the EDF question. Really, the point that I was trying to make and make these two connections is that we're looking at obviously additional costs that may be coming up to manage our assets, and we also have a EDF debt that's retiring in the near future. And though the debt was retired because phased-in increases to our tax base, which at that point we will have that choice of either just reducing the tax base from that point or a reduction the tax any future tax rate increases, or possibly using those same monies for managing our assets, infrastructure being underground or our assets. So that's something that we need to perhaps start putting our mind to. Just wanting to kind of put a pin in that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a couple of questions. On page C2, it notes that 13% of capital budget funding sources development charges. My question is, do we know how much in way of incentives to those developments will be spent by the time we pull them in February of 2019? So in other words, how much, first of all, how much does that 13% represent in dollars? And do we know how much we have spent on incentives? Now, I don't know, Mr. Hagee, whether it's a good time to ask that question now or wait. Perhaps you can give me some guidance.
So the dollar amount will show up. I can flip ahead quickly. The total dollar amount is shown here on this slide. The development charge line proposed 2018 is $145 million. So that 13% equals $145 million over the 10-year capital forecast. As far as the incentives go, those are not spending per se. They would not show up as a slice of the pie. It's development charges. I'm assuming you're talking about the downtown core exemption.
Yeah.
That is funding that we are not getting. So it's not as if it's an outgoing cost. It's funding that we're not receiving.
But do we know what we're not getting?
We estimated it as part of the 2014 development charge study. We looked at how much development was happening across the city, how much would happen downtown, and adjusted the forecast for that, but I don't remember the total percentage or dollar amount.
Okay, I can pursue that out of this meeting, but
sure.
The other question I've asked before, and I think I know the answer, but I'm just puzzled. Every day when I walk up Park Street, there's a bridge there that is crumbling. It's a railway bridge. I presume that's the railway responsibility. Who would be liable if that bridge comes down? That bridge is constantly hit by trucks. It's in terrible shape. We focus on our own bridges, I know, but does someone occasionally look at that bridge for quality-wise?
Mr. Reedman.
Mr. Reedman, yeah.
Through the chair, I believe that is owned by the railway, and there have been a few collisions with transport trucks on that bridge in recent past, and the railway has had to inspect and certify to make sure it's safe, so they would own the liability associated with that.
Are we confident they do inspect that bridge?
Through the chair, I can follow up with engineering staff to see if they have any knowledge on that, and we can follow up.
Okay. Thank you. And my last question, I guess, is on page C27, and I'm sure it'll come up again, but the major projects not included include the City Hall, the exterior of City Hall. I was walking in this morning, even as late as this morning, and noting that everything out there is in terrible condition. If we wait till 2019 to do that repair work, I could envision people falling in giant holes out there. That's our prime city building that people look to as the heart of the city. It seems to me that 2019 is too late, and I just wanted to ask why we're waiting that long to do those repairs.
Ms. Fletcher? Oh, sorry, Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so as part of the whole outdoor spaces master plan, there's a series of phases we have to do to get to construction ready. We will be talking about this at the December 4th committee meeting in more detail, but we do need to still do detailed design because we have a parking structure under there. There's complicated grades that we're analyzing to make sure everything functions properly. So we do need next year to do detailed design, and we're trying to manage the risk as well as the budget impact for council moving forward.
But are we confident, Mr. Aitman, that temporary repairs on what is out there already will be done while we wait?
Through the chair, so we do look at trip hazards and do minor repairs and modifications every year, so we keep tracking that and doing that work as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, just going back to page C20 with the graph, the capital pool, is that capital out of current? Is that
Yes.
tax base? That's what I thought. Okay. So 16% of that, which is 172,000, is actually more than our development charges budget. Has this increased in the last number of years, the amount of money that we've been taking out of the tax base for capital projects?
Through the chair, on slide 33, you can see that it's essentially the same for 2017 and what's proposed for 2018. It's $172 million.
Right, but I phrased my question incorrectly. Have we drawn more out of the capital pool in the last number of years because we're not bringing in enough development charges?
No.
Okay. And once the incentives are sunsetted, I guess, or eliminated is probably a better word, will we see less need for pulling money out of the capital pool?
Through the chair, I would. It's a little complicated, but the short answer is no. There shouldn't be a whole lot of difference to the capital pool because of the downtown incentives, the sunset clause there.
Okay, because I guess in a way this goes to the argument that I threw out, or the point I threw out last week, that development charges are not paying for development, really, and that's why we have to keep drawing on the tax base to do capital investments. So anytime that we're doing anything around arenas, trails, community centers, city hall spaces, that we're always pulling out of that tax base.
So there's a legislative requirement to pull money from the capital pool to pay for what those are called soft service development charge projects. And so, for instance, if we're building a road, it's called a hard service, and we can charge 100% of that cost to road development charges. By legislation, if we built an arena with the exact same cost as a road, by legislation, we have to fund 10% of that from the capital pool. And that has no bearing on the downtown incentives. That we have to do that regardless of whether we have a downtown exemption or not.
Okay. So further to that, with that understanding, so if we're pulling 10% out of we have to pay 10%. The more requests we have for additional assets, the more we have to pull out of our tax base.
Right. If we're doing more capital projects and parts of that have to be funded by the capital pool, then yes, there would be an impact there.
Okay. When we're talking about asset, we're also talking about things like trees, like our urban forest, right? Which is something that, because have we identified that? I know that Dave Schmidt has.
Oh. I didn't do that. Okay.
Sorry. So I know that Dave Schmidt and his group have identified an urban forest as an asset. Is that included in the discussion about how many more trees we need to plant, that type of thing?
So trees are not identified specifically as part of the development charge background study, but when we would do a park rehabilitation, put in a new park, not a rehabilitation, but install a new park, we would use development charges in part to pay for tree planting. That's a reasonable cost.
But as we try to grow our urban forest, no pun intended, because my understanding is that is the intention. We see trees as an asset to the community, and the community see trees as an asset. And we're only able to plant so many because we have all these other assets and all these other initiatives that we want to move forward. I guess where I'm trying to get at is, instead of pulling more money out of the capital pool, is this where we would say to the community, if you would like to participate, if you want to build that asset, we would like to see, sort of a dollar for dollar incentive, or you adopt a tree, so that we can grow our assets for the entire community, but you as a community member or a community group can plant trees. Is this where the opportunity is?
Sorry, maybe through the chair, maybe I can help with two bodies of work that are underway. One is, as you're aware, operations environmental staff are putting together their sustainable urban forest plan that will be coming to council next year. The other thing is our urban forest is considered an asset category. So when we were having discussions about developing asset management plans, the urban forest is an asset category.
Okay, I'm going to ring back in because I want to just go further on this.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Mr. Haggie, I'm going to refer to the chart on C2, and I guess it's similar to this too. It's just that's in chart form, but this is kind of a remarkable chart. Have we been communicating this to the public at all?
Not in this format. This is the first year. When I saw the chart, I was trying to figure out a good way to show it, and so this is the first year that it's been inserted this way in the presentation. Okay, because I think it's important that we kind of communicate that, because when we look at this, it's really, our capital budget is 84%. It's not supported by the tax levy, so I think that's an important thing that should be noted. And then my other question is, I guess it's just a follow-up on Councillor Etherington's comment with regards to the bridges and in particular the one on Park Street. And I wonder if Mr. Reedman can address this for me, because that bridge, myself, I have a little bit of concern as well. Do we put any pressure on the province to replace that bridge or to rehabilitate it so that we can have a little better, that's a safer bridge for our residents?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chairs, I will have to follow up. I don't have specific details on that bridge or where it stands with our discussions, so I will have to follow up separately, and I'll send an email to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Uneski?
Yes, a couple of questions, Mr. Haggie. On that chart on page 20 there, we have reserves at 7%. And when I look at the report, as I can understand, there was about 44 categories that had reserves allocated to it. and yet when I look through those reserves, they all seem to be below the minimum target value that was set. There's a few that are meted and are over, but the majority aren't. Yet, if our objective is to build up the reserves, does that tell me that 7% is being taken out of those reserves, and are we depleting the reserves by doing this, or are we still adding into it? I can't see how that works.
Through the chair, so this pie chart shows that we are taking money out of capital reserves to fund the capital program, and you're right, at the same time, we have positive balances in, I believe, all of those reserves, but they're below their minimum targets. So what's being proposed is essentially that those capital reserves be used in part as a funding source for capital program. It's council's prerogative if they wanted to grow the reserves, essentially to stop those transfers. It just means those projects wouldn't be funded and work would be decreased.
I'm sorry, and to be clear, too, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hagee, but our overall reserve balance is going up as a result of this budget.
Correct.
So when we go to page 33, just sort of continuing on with this, and we look at the reserves, so we're talking those reserves, that was a 7%, is the capital reserves, correct?
$83 million.
$83 million. Okay, and our objective basically is to build that up.
So it's to build in part, to build the reserve balance. This is the draw coming out of those reserves.
So of that reserves, $83 million has been withdrawn to address projects, etc.
Program, correct.
Okay, I see that. So my next question would be, how much in the end, and at the end of 2018, would we have in reserves left?
It's in a future section. We have a whole section about reserves, and we can get to that question when we're there.
All right, appreciate that. So continue on with this page still. When I look at the final figures for all those categories, and really the bottom line is $1.2 billion versus the proposed 18, $1.1 billion and change. Our funding is going down, yet the increase to the taxpayer is about, what, 1.7%, whatever it was? Wouldn't it be
correct.
Proportional? Same thing?
Through the chair, when we get here, you'll notice the capital pool line is very similar. Most of the other lines all of the other lines are not funded by taxes.
Okay.
So it's really only a portion of the entire capital budget comes from taxes.
Okay, so the 1.7% increase would be from capital pool.
Correct.
But yet when you look at it, it's almost identical. Actually, just slightly less.
Correct. So it's not as if all that 1.7% tax rate increase is going to fund the capital program. It's going to fund, in part, the capital program as well as the regular operations. There's a more detailed slide when we get to the capital pool that will see what's being transferred specifically from the tax base in 2017 versus 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fernandez.
Okay, so further to where I was going with this discussion about assets and capital pool. All of us, I'm sure, have received numerous requests from citizens about shade structures and tree planting and playground equipment and on and on and on. If we were to encourage citizens, either through our urban forest program or through our neighborhood grants program, to participate in building our assets, so shade structures, tree planting, those kind of things, would we see less draw on that capital pool? And would that leave money for other, maybe larger projects that the community may not be able to afford or participate in? Are we sorry to interrupt, but are we shifting some responsibility and ownership that way?
Through the chair, I would suggest that's possible. I think the dollar amounts you're talking about probably aren't overly significant to move the needle for what makes a difference on the city's budget side of things. As well, I would suggest that we have a work plan that we are planning to do right now, and those requests are not being done because they're above and beyond what we're already planning to do. And so it would essentially be, I think if we were able to raise more funds, it's likely that we would try to complete the work plan we already have and add that extra work. Otherwise, you're talking about, you know, replacing something we're planning to do with a project that council is being asked about.
True. I think what I'm more getting at is communities' expectations for certain larger dollar projects. If we're able to sort of whittle away at the smaller projects by having community participation, sponsorship, those kind of initiatives, would we see more funding towards larger projects? Let's just say, for example, only because I'm looking at Linda Stewart right now, is things like the City Hall spaces. I know you said that it won't move the needle that much, but will it move the needle enough to bring those kind of projects back online?
Through the chair, I would suggest that every little bit would be helpful, but again, doing something like City Hall outdoors is millions of dollars. So it would take a significant, you know, a significant donation or multiple donations to, you know, achieve something as significant as City.
And I think what I'm also trying to get at is community expectations, right? I think that's one of the messages that I continually give out to my citizens, to my residents, is to say, there's only so much money in the pool, but if you, as a community group, want to come together and use our neighborhood grants, or, you know, help build our urban forest, or whatever examples, that will help us maybe plant 2 more trees out of our capital pool, or put a shade structure in another community park where the community group can't help. That's kind of the message that I'm trying to get out, and I'm wondering if that's something that we should be encouraging.
Mr. May?
Yeah, so it's an interesting line of questioning. Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would say is, at least for our neighborhood grants, those things that are getting built were never in any work plan. So Cherry Park is putting in a shade structure, is the best and most recent example I can think of. If residents hadn't come forward to do that, we just wouldn't have had a shade structure in Cherry Park, and we never had any other budget elsewhere in the organization for that. So these are things that are above and beyond our standard service levels.
Okay, so what we're seeing then is items that have been identified by the community as something that they want, which we, either on council or staff, have not identified as something that was a need or a want or a desire.
I think that's a fair comment.
Okay. Right, so then my analogy is not really working unless we start to talk about that more. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Chair, just one very quick point for Mr. Reitman. It should take a few seconds back to that bridge that I was talking about. I wanted to point out to him that the region has just approved the Iron Horse Trail link through Cherry Park from the current trail to the LRT hub. And that suggested route, which I think is very confusing, goes under that particular bridge on one side of the sidewalk. So we'll have an LRT trail as well running under that bridge. So I'm sure he's aware of that, but I just wanted to point it out.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Haggie? You'd like to continue?
The next section we'll consider the board, so Centre in the Square and Kitchener Public Library. Both have representatives here, but I'm going to present the information as there's really not a whole lot to say about either of them. The Centre in the Square budget is consistent with what we've seen in previous years. As you can see on this slide, there's a lot of work that's happened in 2017 already. And then on the second slide, you can see that there's a lot of work planned for 2018, including improvements around the art gallery, continuing with the HVAC work, doing things on the exterior of the building, and interior lighting upgrades to make them LED as opposed to how they are now. I guess we'll pause there and see if there are any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions on Centre in the Square. Going once, twice, no, please continue.
Next is KPL. Again, not a whole lot to say. Their budget is consistent as well with what we've had from prior years. There's two additions. There's the automated check-in sorter that's at the main branch library, and it's a pretty cool thing if you've used it. If you have kids, my kids love it. You put it in, and they get to see where their books or movies go down the path and get returned to the right place. That's up for life cycle replacement at the end of the capital forecast. The only other addition is the Studio Central project that Council has already dealt with at a recent Council meeting. Pause if there are any questions for KPL.
Not seeing any questions for KPL either. Okay, let's continue.
All right.
Easy work for you guys today. There you go.
I tried to promise them, a nice, easy ride, but I didn't know how things were actually going to be. So next we'll move into the capital funding sources. We've already touched on some of these, and some of the topics that have come up will be elaborated on a little bit more. Funding by source, we've already looked at this slide a little bit, but you can see 2017 versus 2018. Again, this is for the whole 10-year capital budget and forecast. Funding is going down from 1.2 million to about 1.2 billion to about 1.1 billion. You'll see the most lines are similar or even the same as they were last year. The two larger exceptions are in the enterprise line and in the development charge line. So speaking about the enterprise line, it's gone down by close to $100 million. That is largely due to the WIP review, the Water Infrastructure Program review. And you'll recall during last year's budget and the forecast, it assumed a 13% increase on road reconstruction projects. Through the WIP review, that has been reduced to about 6%. And so that's had a significant decrease in the enterprise funding that is coming up. But as we've seen, enterprises are still the major funding source for the capital program. The second reduction is in development charges, going from $165 million to $145 million in the 10-year forecast. That is largely due to the Strasbourg Road project that Council approved a credit refund agreement for just this year. So it had been in the capital forecast out in 2022-ish. It's been removed from the capital forecast because the developers have a credit refund agreement. They are installing or paying for the installation of that road, so it is not included in the capital forecast anymore. As I mentioned, most of the other funding sources are consistent with prior years. Turning our attention to the capital pool then, this is the capital pool, or CC, includes a direct transfer from the capital tax-supported operating budget. That's the capital out of current line, the top one here. We also issue debt for the capital pool, and then we take funding from the gas utility investment reserve, the hydro utility investment reserve. So essentially the dividends that we receive from our gas and hydro utilities, and those in part pay for the CC pool. We do have a capital policy that limits the impact on homeowners as far as tax and debt are concerned, and we've followed that through in this year's budget. Thinking about changing the capital forecast, if there's additions or movement within the capital forecast, there are impacts. It can, if we want to add something in, it could cause a reduction in another program. It could cause an increase to the tax rate or increase debt if we want to defer the payments over a 10-year time span. The capital pool is shown here on slide 37, and it contains the components that I've just highlighted. I'll draw your attention to the bottom line, and you can see, so in year one, we're completely balanced, so all of the capital funding is consistent with the ask in the capital forecast. In future years, you can see that we've identified funding for all the programs, and then there's a small difference. But as we move forward, we true that up and make sure that we have bang on the right amount of funding to do the capital program. I would just point out, because of the discussion that we had, the second line in here, the capital out of current line, you can see there's 1.3 or 1367 in 2018, so $1.3 million coming from the capital transfer from the tax base. In 2018, you can see that indexes to $1.5 million in 2019. So that's the portion. So in part, taxes are increasing to fund that line. Otherwise, it's transfers from reserve and change in debt charges. I'll just pause there. If there are any questions about the CC pool, the next bit we're going to move into is development charges.
Very good. There are a few. Councillor Galloway-Silak.
I just wanted to touch base with regards to the development charge that you spoke about on page 33 with regards to Strasbourg Road. How can we take it out when we actually have to pay it back? Do we not? So it was, I don't remember where it was in the capital forecast, but do we not have to pay it back?
We will, and when we get into the DC section, you'll see there's a line now for credit refunds, and so it comes out of the capital budget, and it is a credit or refund, so it shows up there, but the amount is less because the cost of the project is also, we're doing it now, and the actual project cost is much less than we were forecasting out a few years.
Okay, that makes sense. That was all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Actually, further to that answer and response, that money, so the project wasn't scheduled to start till 2022. So we would have had that money sitting,
accumulating?
What's that?
Accumulating?
Accumulated, thank you. Accumulated some interest in that time period, would it not? Or would we have been spending it on something else?
We would not have planned to spend it on anything else. Any of the proceeds that came in from development would have sat in the development charge reserve.
So while it's in the reserve, do we invest any of that money?
Yes, we earn interest on the balance of that reserve.
So as that money sits there now, we'll be getting interest on that whatever sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head what that project is. We're not spending it, but we're gaining interest. And what that interest goes back into what fund?
So we're still going to receive the funds from development that come in, and presumably there will be more development happening because that road and sewer are going in. And then the only difference is, in the meantime, developers are entitled to credits. So essentially they wouldn't have to pay as high of a development charge because they're getting a credit on that portion of the development charge for those developments. And we only provide refunds in the year that we plan to do the project anyway. So we are not paying out early. They actually only get cash or a payback the year that we plan to do the project.
Right, but we're having to snowplow and take care of that road 4 years ahead of what we would have. Let's say it was, let's say 3, because it won't be done before 2019.
Correct.
But we would have 3 years of maintenance on that road, so we have a 3-year-old road in 2022 instead of a brand-new road.
That's true. I would point out the agreement that we have with those developers recoups those costs as well. So we've estimated the cost of having to snowplow those roads, and the developers are paying those additional costs.
Okay. Just going to the capital pool and the capital out of current. Sorry, I had my question on another page. I'll just go with this one, and it'll come up again later, I'm sure. So if we're sending a $1.5 million capital out of current draw, why is our tax levy not 1.5? Is it because you said that we would be paying debt out of that as well? Is that the additional 0.2%?
No, through the chair. So the only impact to the tax rate is the difference between the 2017 amount and the 2018 amount. So we already have in budget an amount to transfer to the capital program, and so we only need to pay the incremental cost.
Okay. The capital reserves, will we, this amount, the 83.5 and the proposed 83.2, will we, is that you said that's the draw on the reserves, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the other question that I had, do we have it's on C34, where it talks about our gas utility and hydro utility investment reserves. Do we have a limit on how much we can draw? I know there was a minimum and a maximum, but if we're already above the minimum, but not at the maximum, is there an amount of money that we can draw out of those pools? I know that we have a policy not to raid the reserves, but what areas can we use these funds for? What are we allowed to use for? And what percentage can we draw out of there as long as it stays above the minimum?
So the funds that go into those reserves are to be used to fund the capital pool, so tax-supported capital projects. Mm-hmm. And you can go to the minimum balance, and that's what we've done in the over the forecast. So I think in 2018 it's probably still above the minimum target, but it's planned to be depleted down to that, I think it's $2.5 million for both of those reserves over the capital forecast. Okay. So if you were to take anything more out now, it would cause it to go below the minimum target out in the future.
Okay, out in the future. All right. Will you ever be reviewing those minimum maximum targets again?
Yes, that would be. We'll take direction for that as part of the long-term financial plan. So when we come back to council and discuss a whole bunch of things, that's one of the areas that if it's council's desire to revisit those, we will take direction on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
In regard to page 36 and 35, 36 at the bottom, let's just go back to 36, increase in debt, future tax impact. Then you go back to page 35, increased debt charges to be limited to assessment growth rates, etc., specific projects to be funded by debt, which must be approved by council. And then I look back on page 21. Shows our debt being reduced on an annual basis from 78 million down for the next 10 years.
Okay.
And so it shows this being decreased, yet we talk about an increase in debt, yet when I go back to page 2 of the report in the preamble, it says there's no new additional debt issued for 2018. So I'm a little confused. We're going down here, nothing's happening here, yet page 35 talks about increase in debt.
Councillor Yaneski, if I can cut you off, just if you go back to page 36, the first one you referred to, at the very top, the first bullet point says additions. So if council elects to add to the capital budget, then it will result in an increase in debt. It's only if we make a change. If we don't approve the budget as is, if we make a change, then it requires any of those 3 points. A reduction in another area, an increase in capital incurrent, or an increase in debt, if that's what we do.
I have
Sure, Mr. Hagee, you want
on that?
So that's true. We will see. I think the reduction will become more clear when we get into the debt section, and you can see the components of it. So debt is going down primarily because the EDIF debt is coming off, and it is not being reissued. Mm-hmm. It's dropping off. So that gets us to the overall reduction that we see here. That's primarily EDIF debt coming off. The capital budget does include issuing debt, but it's just reissuing debt that's maturing, so to support the capital pool. So we're not taking on anything new and above and beyond what we already have on the tax supported side. So something comes off and we essentially reissue it to keep the capital pool funded. So what direction we've had from council is don't do anything above and beyond that. And because of that direction from council, we see the overall debt load decreasing.
Okay, appreciate that. Page 37, the line capital out of current, and for this year is 1,000,003, and then next year it goes 1,000,005, 1,000,007, 1,000,009. Does that mean that in the subsequent years, the intent of the impact on the tax will increase to maybe 2% higher and higher and higher? Is that what I see reading that?
So the impact to the taxpayer will be consistent. I'm not sure, are you talking about the tax rate increase?
Yeah.
So this has been, the increase that we see here has been modeled into the projected tax rate increase that we looked at on operating budget day. So we saw that the tax rate increase over the next decade is essentially between 1.5% and 2.5%, and we've modeled including this this increased transfer as part of that that tax rate increase.
Okay, so you're talking between 1.5 to 2.5 increase over the next decade?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. I would gather when you look at 2027, at 3.6 million, wouldn't that be a much higher figure?
No, because it's compared to it by 2026, we would have essentially $3.3 million. So we don't need to get an additional $3.6 million. We just need to go from $3.3 million to $3.6 million between 26 and 27.
Okay.
So we only need another $300,000 at that point.
So it's an increase each year by 300 million, roughly.
By 200,000 or 300,000, not million.
Oh, okay, sorry. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Hagee. Please continue.
So as I noted, the next section we'll get into is development charges, and those are used to fund growth-related infrastructure. DCs, as we'll refer to them through this section, are imposed by a bylaw with a maximum life of 5 years. Our last one was done in 2014. We'll be redoing that for 2019. Through the last DC update, there were two objectives that were set. One was balancing cash flows, which essentially means that we have enough money to fund the capital program, or the DC program, in the year that we have it. The second was to maximize the charge, and so that we were charging as much as we could in order to do the program that we wanted. The outcomes of the 24 DC update were that the financial objectives were achieved and that there were clear priorities set through the DC process as to which project should go first, which one should be last. Before looking at the actual DC numbers, I'd just like to give you an update. We provided something similar last year about how we were doing versus where we thought we would be. DC revenues for 2017 have actually been fairly weak, but we're still forecasting to be a break-even by the time we get to renew our bylaw in 2019, as we'll see on the next slide. So this slide shows the overall projection for development charge reserve fund. Revenues are at the top of the slide, expenditures are in the middle, and then the bottom line result is at the very bottom of the slide. So pointing you to the bottom of the slide, you can see that the DC reserve has been in deficit, so you'll note that those numbers are in brackets, but it's projected to be positive by 2018 and then stay there for 2019. Not by much, but it's still a small positive, so we're on track to where we thought we would be, or we hope to be for the 2019 background study. You'll notice that as you continue out past 2019, that the funds are sometimes positive, sometimes negative. So when we go through the next DC study update, there may be some timing adjustments that need to be made just to balance the cash flow. But again, that will be a decision of council when we get there. Next few slides break the development charge projects into engineering or hard services, and non-engineering, or what we often refer to as soft services. This just lists off all of the projects on the engineering side of things. 2018 projects are shown as the fourth column from the left, and you'll see for 2018 there are actually very few significant DC funded projects on the engineering side, and that holds true on the second slide, on slide 46. Looking to the non-engineering program, that's often referred to as the soft services, you can see the number of projects or the number of areas that covers, including fire and parking and cemeteries and indoor and outdoor rec. Again, for 2018, the projects are shown in the fourth column from the left. And again, there are no overly significant capital projects. Those have already happened or been funded anyway in the 2017 capital budget. I'll pause here, Mr. Chair, as this ends DC and before we move on to debt.
Very good. Councillor Yaneski.
Just trying to find my page here. Okay, on page 42. Actually, page 41. At the bottom line, it says lower priorities are partially funded. Are these priorities, I mean, these are hard services or soft services that would be considered, or they're either or?
It's all DC priorities. So this is just a statement about the total program.
Okay, so partially funded, does that mean partially out of DC and then partially out of capital?
No, through the chair, it would mean that the funding is partly in, but not all of the way in. So things that were number one priorities, for the leisure facilities master plan, it had priorities 1 through 5 or 6 on the indoor side and the outdoor side. And so the number one priority would have been fully funded. Number 2, maybe it was fully funded, and then as we went down the list, as the funding ran out, things were either only partly funded or not funded.
Okay, I got that. Next page, 42.
Hit the wrong button.
In the middle, projection for 27 is negative as DC revenues are well below the budget. The revenues that we have been receiving is as a result of building permits as they come in effect.
Is that process?
On the other hand, there have been a number of projects or requests from developers for front-end financing, so they can go ahead and upfront a road or a sewer, etc., whereby there'll be they'd get credits for it as they go and get their permits. So there'll be no money coming in. Is that the reason for the negative DC because of the front-end financing?
So in part it would be, but it wouldn't be the majority of that funding. It would be because of lower development. And we've seen that through the operating budget on the in the building section. Their revenues are down for this year because activity has been reduced.
Yeah, and I remember seeing that comment there too. Okay, next page, 43. Developer contributions, the entire line from 2018 through to 2027. Who guesstimates those particular figures as to how much contribution will come in? I mean, just a guess as to how much building permit activity will be in the next 10 years on an annual basis?
Yeah, so through the chair, as part of the DC process, we estimated the growth patterns that we were going to see within Kitchener, and so the developer contributions are a function of what was estimated as part of the DC study.
And that would be in the DC, you're saying it comes from that report?
Yeah, so we took it from there. So it was our planning staff working with Hemson, which were our consultants on it, taking into effect the ROP and, all that kind of stuff.
So do these figures change on an annual basis for 2020 that you had this year versus 2020 that you had last year's report? Would that be the same figure?
I believe they would be fairly close. We estimate what the inflation amount is going to be, and then it comes into fruition in a year, so we would rebase, but I think over the term of the DC bylaw, it will be fairly consistent. So the next major update would come in 2019 when we update the DC bylaw.
Right. Okay, continuing on down in line 4, credits and refunds under 2019. We've got $9 million in the hole. Could you comment on that?
Sure. So that assumes that we pay back the Dune South pumping station, which was a credit refund agreement, in full in 2019.
This is the front-end financing sort of
Correct.
process, right? Okay.
And we would only pay them fully if we received all of the growth that we expected to have. So right now we've assumed that we pay them back in full, but in reality they will only be paid back if we receive all of the growth within the city.
Growth being the number of building permit applications they apply for.
And, well, it's across the city. So the amount of DC revenue that we anticipated in the DC background study, if we receive 100% of that, we will give them 100% of their refund. If we only receive 80% of that, we will only pay them 80% of the refund.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
In that year. They will be fully paid in time, but 2019, they would only receive a proportion.
Okay, that's it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, so if I'm looking at C45, I noticed that the revenue is in the negative by 1.7 million. Councillor Yanetsky's question was around the 9.86, and you said that was the Dune South pumping station.
Correct.
So where's the 1.7 million deficit then? Where's that coming from?
So that's a function of the developer contribution line just above it, the 8.3 million, I believe it is, minus the.
Okay, super. On page C49, I think I'm reading this correctly, that at the balance at the end of the year, we have, in brackets, is that a surplus or is that a deficit?
For 2018 is a deficit of 2.6 million.
Yes, okay. And that's due to what?
Primarily, it's the things that have already been funded. So the Doom Pioneer Park Community Center addition is $1.2 million in 2017. That's the single biggest item that's in there.
Okay, and I apologize. I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's up in the top line. Okay, I think that helps me understand that better. Thank you.
Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On page 49, I see the Rockway Center expansion listed there for 2023. This is something we haven't talked about in some time. I'm just wondering, are we comfortable from a facility point of view that the current facility will be able to service until that time frame?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the last direction from Council was that we were to maintain the building, and if we require any major upgrades, we would have to come back to Council. Having just toured the facility last week, actually, staff report that the building, that we've been able to fix a few of the long-standing issues, and so really it is maintain the building to the best of our abilities, and if something big comes up, we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Further to that, the amount of money that we see in the budget, is that what we believe it will take? Are we still contemplating the possibility of a public-private partnership on that site? Or is that still yet to be determined?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that yes, we are still contemplating a public-private partnership on that site. In terms of the dollar figures, given that it was at the tail end, I think through the next DC update, we would look at those numbers more closely and see if they may be refined.
Okay, great. This is one I'm going to continue to keep an eye on, because I believe it is one that we know was very important to our senior population, and I think we need to make sure we keep them informed, keep them in the loop on it in terms of what's happening, because I do get questions from time to time, and then engage them ultimately in what the new facility is going to potentially look like going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on page C49 for development charges, non-engineering, just looking at the bottom for neighborhood park rehabilitation and community trails. First, community trails, is this existing, or this would be for new trails only?
Through the chair, it would be for new trails or upgrades to existing trails.
So upgrades to existing trails as well.
To increase capacity on them.
Right. And when we focus on development that's more infill based, so speaking of both those points, neighborhood park rehabilitation and community trails, of improvement to existing trails, as we look at our upcoming DC bylaw and our planning focus on encouragement of the right type of infill development, can we increase focus and additional funding to these two areas? Especially because we would be then getting more funding in DCs in built-up areas?
So through the chair, I would say on the recreation side, which these fall under, we were at our cap. So if we want to do more here, it will be a decrease somewhere else. So yes, that can be council's direction to do more here, but assuming that that's still the case for the next DC study, it would be a decrease.
No, I understand for now. This is the cap. So based on our current DC bylaws, I'm saying as part of an upcoming review, could we at that point restructure and look at additional focus on these two areas, part of non-engineering and DC charges?
So yes, but I anticipate that we'll still be at the cap in 2019. So it would cause a decrease somewhere else.
Okay, I'll connect with you to get more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I want to touch upon what the mayor talked about with regards to the dune facility as well, because I saw that line item, and that one, I have concerns with that one, because I think we dealt with that issue 6 years ago, and what do we have like a timeline on what that resolution we passed for that facility? Because to me, we're just going to sit here and wait for 20 years where that money could be being used for other areas, Southwest, Forest Heights communities, expansion, all those things. So,
sorry, Councillor Ioannidis, you said Dune, but you meant Rockaway, right?
I meant Rockaway, sorry, yes.
Okay, Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would just note that Council passed a resolution back in 2013 which explicitly prioritized the indoor and outdoor facilities. Rockaway was number 5 on the list. And so staff then went away and looked at the available DC funding and allocated based on those priorities. On this one, should we be able to secure a public-private partnership sooner, then we would have to look at that. But some of the other projects that you identified were not identified as priorities by council. Again, next year we'll be updating the Leisure Facilities Master Plan, and they may very well be, and these numbers could change.
Okay, because I just want to I have concern that we're earmarking all these funds for a project that may not even happen if we're looking for a public-private partnership. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Etherington, you haven't spoke yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a couple of questions piggybacking what the mayor said on Rockaway. That's in my ward. Could I ask if that flooding problem has been largely rectified?
Okay, Councillor Etherington, I'll permit the question, but we are sort of veering outside of the intent of the capital budget. Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, only because Mr. Chapman and I visited the site yesterday or last week and asked the very question. My understanding is that the day-to-day flooding issues have been taken care of through some infrastructure upgrades. It's not to say that we don't have challenges from time to time, but we're in a much better place.
Thank you very much. And could someone explain to me from staff, when there's this issue of a public-private partnership, which I very much favored on that building, do we actively pursue that, or do we just sit and wait for a developer to come along? Do we look into that, investigate that possibility? Maybe Mr. Bloom could answer that.
Mr. Bloom's queued in. Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, we do have staff that are actively working to advance that. There are some challenges that they have to overcome before they can fully advance into a public-private partnership, which I can disclose offline. But yes, it's still on our radar, and we'll probably be looking at it fairly seriously in the next year or two.
Thank you. And my final question, Mill Cortland addition, which is on here every year, I should know, but has that been moved ahead to 2019? Or has it always been there? And if it's been moved back to 2019, could someone give me an answer on why that has happened?
Through the chair, the timing of the recreation projects has not changed since the DC study was put in 2014.
Thanks.
Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, just a question on C49 regarding the neighborhood park development budget. What why is there nothing in 2022 and 2023? Can staff help us understand that?
Sure. So through the chair, again, when we did the last DC review, the envelopes got, we had more projects than funding available, and so that's one of the projects that was only partly funded, not fully funded, through the last DC review. As we go into the 2019 one, I anticipate that that funding will, those gaps will be filled in. But again, that will take direction from council on that through the next DC study update.
Okay. So are there specific projects in mind for all of the other years? And then would we just shift those projects around if we can? Is that, can you, like, are there specific, I guess the question is, are there specific projects in mind for the neighborhood park development across this 10-year capital forecast?
So the areas have work plans that reflect the funding that's here. If that funding were to change, then the work plan would be adjusted as well.
So ostensibly the 2024 project would get moved forward a couple years? Is
Yes.
that, okay. And then we'd add more?
If funding was restored.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'd like to know a little more detail offline. So I also am just wondering regarding the sorry, no, it's okay. I'll just ask further detail offline. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Councillor Yaneski, and then we will take a 2-minute stretch break afterwards. Councillor Yaneski.
Back on page 46, with the sixth, seventh line down, water course improvements to Schneider Creek Channel in 22-23. Whereabouts will that be taking place along the Schneider Creek Channel? Just curious.
Okay, do we have the answer to that question? I'm not sure how it's...
So,
okay, Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, through the page flip, we can get into details on that.
Thank you.
Okay, next page, 47. Dealing with the soft services for the DC, what's the percentage of money that is allocated to hard services versus soft services?
Through the chair, I'm not certain what the split is, but it's based on a calculation. It's not as if the money comes in and then we say 40% goes here and 60% goes there. It's what does the legislation allow and what have we calculated?
Yeah, and I was aware of that. I just thought you may know 60-40 or 50-50, 70-30.
Oh. Mr. Chapman did the math. He said it's about 50-50.
Okay. At the bottom of that same page, surplus projected in all years except for a couple. So with the surplus projected, will that increase and improve the DC reserve?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Next page, near the bottom, Public Works, equipment acquisition upgrades. There's a figure of 400 plus every year, except for years 20, 21, 22, 23. There's blanks. Any reason why there's nothing there?
Through the chair, it's similar to the question Councillor Marsh had asked. So when we did the bylaw, we had more projects than funding available, and so that was one of the areas where funding was allocated until it ran out, and then it has not been allocated in a few years. So when we do the next update, we'll look to fill in those gaps. Okay, so then when we go to page 49, near the bottom, neighborhood park development and as well as community trails, again, 2022, 23, same answer? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. We will take a 2-minute stretch break and get back into debt. Awesome. Very good. Because I'm 100% certain that just makes sense. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order here. We're now looking at our debt position. Mr. Haggie.
Sure. So we have debt and reserves before we get to the page flip section, but we'll deal with debt first. The trends that we've seen in the debt loads we've already talked about already today. And as we come into there's these three slides that council will be familiar with, we see that familiar bell shape. So we see debt increasing and cresting up to about 2013, and then decreasing from that point on out into the future. Again, just to tell council about the colors in the bars on this slide. So the yellow one toward the bottom is tax-supported debt, and that's used to fund the tax-supported or the capital pool. The red section in the middle is enterprise debt. So that's debt that we've issued for our enterprises. I believe it's only golf and parking. And we've also put Rangers debt in there. Is that something that we're fully recovering? So it's not being funded by taxes at all. Then the green section, which is the predominant thing that rises up and comes back down, is EDIF debt, or the Economic Development and Investment Fund. And so the funding of that completed in 2013, and then the debt is being paid off over the subsequent 15 years. You can see that total debt outstanding was at its peak around $115 million in 2013. This year, it's come down all the way to $71 million, and by the end of 2018, and will be reduced in the range of $30 million within the next 10 years. When you look at debt charges as a percent of the tax levy, we see that there's a range that we would like to be within, that's between 5 and 10%, and that's a range that credit rating agencies suggest, and that's the proper place to be. Those are shown by the horizontal dotted lines. You can see that the city already exceeds the top end of the target range, and we're planning to stay in that range up until 2020. The longer-term view shows that the city will be comfortably within that target range within the latter years of the forecast, and actually by the end of the 10-year forecast would be in the low range, or below the bottom end of that. You will notice a bit of a spike there in 2022. That's related to balloon payment for the Rangers debt. So we anticipate that they had debt that was being issued over a 15-year time span, it's over 10 years, but it's amortized over 15 years. So when we come to the end of that, they would either make a balloon payment in year 10, or we would refinance that debt for 5 years. They just wanted some flexibility in their debt payments. The final debt that looks like the bell curve is debt per household. The target range is the moderate range as defined by the province. That's $400 to $1,000 per household. You can see that the city moved within the moderate range and is expected to continue there for a number of years before falling into the low range, which is below $400 per household, by 2023. Council's disciplined approach to debt management has resulted in this achievement. A final graph to look at, but one that's a bit different than some of the others, is the debt to reserve. The target for this measure is 1-to-1, which means that the city would have $1 sitting in reserve for every dollar it has in debt. And the target of 1-to-1 is shown by a dotted line here. Any result above that means that the city has more debt than it has reserve. So right now you can see that we are slightly above that. We're in the range of 1.5 to 1, which means we have 1.5 times debt compared to how much money we have in reserve. And the math for that is essentially on the upcoming slides. We have about $70 million worth of debt in 2018 and about 40 some odd million in reserve in that same time frame. You can see the city's made progress as the debt levels are planned to come down, and we've also been building our reserves over that time. So we've come down a long way from our peak of 3-to-1, meaning we had 3 times the debt compared to what we had in reserve back in 2009. And we're planning to be at that target ratio of 1-to-1 in 2020. So just in summary, the debt load was at its peak in 2013 and well above its desired range. The debt load is in decline and will continue to decline over subsequent years. our to reserve ratio is worse than target, the target of 1-to-1, but we're getting close to it and we're improving. And the implication of this is that the city should just continue on its course of not issuing more debt than we already have planned. I'll pause here, Mr. Chair, see if there are any questions of debt before we move to reserve.
There are, beginning with Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey and Ryan. These slides are they're really good projections and of where our debt levels are. I guess my question is dealing with why do we not have a graph or maybe a portion of this graph behind that shows our overall net worth value, so like the saleable of our hydro shares and the worth of our utilities, because that would change this whole picture completely. So, and I think in the private sector, that's how people project net worths. So, why don't we do that?
Through the chair, I guess it's something we can do. I would say we're different than kind of a typical for-profit business in talking about our market share and those types of things. So it's not something that I've typically seen on a municipal government side of things, but it's definitely something that we can do. I know from time to time we've been asked to adjust these for, what would our debt load be if we sold one of our investments and paid off all our debt, and it essentially gets rid of the debt load, but at the same time it means we don't have the income coming in. So we've made those tweaks from time to time. This just seems to be what works, and as you start layering in more and more information, it's more and more explaining as well.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with what you have here and everything else, but I think it's an important picture that we don't really relate too much to the community on what our total asset value is compared to our debt. And I think that's important. That's all. Yep. If there's a way to put that in there, I think that would be great for future years.
Councillor Yaneski?
On page 53, you indicated in the 2020 time period that the Rangers debt expansion payment would be taking place at that time, or refinanced, whatever. And it shows that particular bar jumps.
Correct.
Yet when you look at the page before or even after this page, it just shows a steady decline. There's no little blimp for that particular year on those other charts. Is there a reason why?
Sure. So in the change, so back in slide 52, if you follow the line down for 2018, 19, 20, 21, you'll see that there is a somewhat of a decrease from 21 to 22. It drops off a bit more steeply, and that's because they've paid off their debt in 2022. So they make a big payment, and the amount of debt we have drops off. It's just not, the quantum of it is a bigger deal here than it is on our total debt outstanding.
All right. Now I understand that explanation. Perfect. Also on page 53, the Rangers component of this debt, are they considered an enterprise?
We've classified it that way. As far as debt goes, they are not an enterprise. They're an arm's length organization from the city, but it's debt that will be recovered not from the tax base. So we've classified it as enterprise debt.
As opposed to creating a fourth section?
Correct.
Okay. Page 55, showing that the reserve ratio to debt is decreasing, which is good.
Correct.
If our reserves were up considerably, would that bar graph be much lower? The line coming down for 2018, 19, 20?
Yes. So
if our reserves were much, much greater?
Yes. The dark line would move down in that case.
Okay. So it would be. So if we really did increase the reserves, that would be much, much better, as you indicated. And that would cover all those reserves? Are we just talking all 44 of them?
Yes, so this is total debt and total reserves. It's not just capital and capital, it's everything in.
Everything, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fernandez.
What rationale would we need to give to incur any additional debt before we got to the original slide about debt, total outstanding debt? Because we'll be in a really good position by 2025, 2026. We'll always have the enterprise debt, right?
Theoretically, over time, that enterprise debt would go away. So as the golf course is paid off, as the parking garages are paid off, as the rangers are paid off, that would go away, and essentially all that would be left is the tax-supported debt, the yellow bars.
Okay, so the EDIF, I guess the EDIF debt is the one that was a sort of a big nut to swallow and really affected our tax base. So what rationale would we have to hear, either from council or from staff, that would give us, would put us in another outstanding debt situation like we were over 2011, 12, 13, 14?
Sure. So through the chair, we talk about we would potentially add new debt if there's a business case that supports it. And so there was a business case that supported the issuing of EDIF debt. There was a business case that supported the issuing of the Rangers debt and whatnot. So it would be that type of situation that shows this is the need, this is how it would be funded or paid for, or, here's the value of doing that. That would cause council potentially, again, it's council's decision whether that happens, to go above and beyond the debt projection that we have here.
Wouldn't we always want us to keep our tax increases roughly around CPI? And by incurring debt, that would probably that would increase that.
So through the chair, I would suggest, I don't want to, it's council's prerogative.
It's a council decision.
what direction we take with tax rate increases. So the current climate and the current direction we have is tax rate increases around the rate of inflation. That's what we've heard from council. That's also what we've heard from citizens through public engagement surveys. So that's the desire there. If we were to issue debt, and it was funded by taxes, yes, there would be an increase on the tax rate to help pay for that debt.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions on these slides. I'll start out with saying I'm not a fan of debt. I think, we have to manage our finances responsibly and spend accordingly. But at the same time, sometimes you have to take on debt to take advantage of opportunities, or you just have a need to meet for the community. But to take the information here into context, the debt that we've incurred and that we're paying off, in comparison to a normal household where, we may, borrow something on a credit card or line of credit and figure out how to pay for it, whenever we take on debt, that's already been adjusted through tax base. So the taxes have already been adjusted to take the payments in accordance to how long the debt will take to mature, correct?
So that's totally true of EDIF debt, that the costs for all the EDIF debt are already in, and then the yellow bars, the tax-supported debt, that's already been accounted for in what we're projecting the tax rate increases would be over the next decade.
And when we talk about the Rangers are paying that part of it as well, right?
Yes, so this...
The odd expansion.
Correct. The city, to date, has had absolutely zero cost related to that Rangers debt, as they're fully paying for it.
Okay, and you touched on the EDIF debt. So since 2005 till 2014, we kept on taking on debt, and then that was adjusted through the tax base. Correct. With the EDIF component. What is that compounded cumulative, those tax increases from that 10-year span? Do we know that?
Not off the top of my head. Last week, Councillor Yaneski had asked for some information sort of related to that.
Good. So that will be coming forward?
Through an email, yeah.
Okay, and that'll touch on my question as well.
Yes.
I'm hopeful. Okay, good. Final point, I agree with Councillor Ioannidis' point of focusing on our assets as well. I don't necessarily, I think the focus should be on the net worth aspect of it, but just to, again, put things into context of our ability to carry on this debt in comparison to our liquid assets would be helpful. Unlike other communities, we still retain our gas utility, and we still have a significant portion in the hydro distribution, as other communities have sold off their businesses. So those are assets held by our citizens that allows the community to hold on the debt that we do right now with, I think, fair ease. So I think having that information in context is helpful.
So through the chair, I think slide 53 touches on that in some ways. This shows what our total debt costs are compared to what our net tax levy is. And so all of this debt is not tax-supported debt, but even if it were, you can see that as of 2017, our total debt charges are around 12% of our total net tax levy. So there's plenty of ability to pay for that, pay for that debt.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, just to finish off on the debt aspect, on page 52, for 2018, that bar shows about 70 million. Is that how much debt we still have, $70 million?
At the end of 2018, yes.
Okay. Of that 70 million, how much of that is interest that we pay, that we will be paying for 2018? Is that the part that's shown on page 33?
So just the interest portion is not split out anywhere in these graphs. This is just total debt outstanding. Right. So just like how big is your mortgage? This is just shows the total debt amount.
Right. I'm just looking for the interest portion.
So it is not it's not in the slide deck. The total debt charges shows the principal and the interest payments together. So we don't have a separate graph that shows, the principal amount and the interest portion split out.
Okay, I understand that. So maybe if you go to page 33, I'm not sure whether it's related or not, but the enterprise debt line, would that be the same, or is that just for enterprise only?
So that is new debt to be issued in support of enterprise. That specific one is related to a parking garage, which I'm sure we will be talking about later this afternoon.
Okay, so that's new debt?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have a figure as to how much interest will be allocated in the 2018 budget for paying off the debt?
No, I don't know the split between what's the principal payment and what the interest payment is.
Can we get that figure?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Vrbanovich?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to say I want to thank staff for including this chart in color in the presentation today. I think it is very helpful information because it shows the strategic direction that we went at a time of low interest rates to make some strategic investments in our community through the EDIF, and how they're now paying down. But investments that, quite frankly, have seen us see those investments leveraged with hundreds of millions in private sector and other government investments in our downtown that have created many jobs and have put this region, as the article in Saturday's Record indicated, really at the forefront in terms of job creation in a strong economy. And so it's good to see that what was intended at in that period of very low interest rates is now seeing it coming down as planned on a year-by-year basis, and the community achieving the benefit as a result.
There's no one in the queue. I'll just comment briefly. I'll comment more on this possibly on final budget day, but I guess the page C52, the graph on that page, it's my favorite slide that I see every year. I can't wait for it to come up in our presentations. It's just, I don't know, I know that it was planned, that the debt was planned going forward, and I can't take any credit for the decision back then because I wasn't part of council. But just in general terms, the number of times you see governments of any level plan to pay off their debt in relation to whether they actually pay it off or not, there's a big discrepancy there. So I got to give credit to to staff for holding in budgets over the years, and I got to give credit to council for being disciplined and making sure that we continue to pay this debt off, and I couldn't let the slide go without making that comment. Okay, Mr. Haggie.
The final section before the page flip is reserve funds. The city has a reserve fund policy. It's already been referred to a little bit today. Some of the key principles of the policy are only use the reserve funds for their intended purpose, maintain positive balances in the reserves, and there are even minimum targets and maximum targets for each reserve. The reserves are split into 5 categories just for organization purposes. They're on screen here, and that's how we'll deal with them over the following slides. We started this last year. We added in some indicators that try to make it a little bit simpler to follow whether reserve levels are, good, bad, or something other. And so you'll see that green means that essentially a reserve is at its target. It's between its minimum and maximum. Black is it's above its target. Yellow means that the reserve has a positive balance but is below its target, and red mean that it's negative. So in an ideal world, if we're keeping to our policy target, we would see green on every line. As we go through, you'll notice that we actually do have a fair amount of green. Yellow is also a predominant number, and then there's a little bit of black and a little bit of red. So overall, reserves are positive, but not necessarily to the level that they should be. The first section of reserves, we'll talk about our corporate reserves, and those balances as a whole are positive, but well below the minimum target of $19 million. And I'll be referring to the 2018 budget figures, which are kind of the right-hand column. As noted by the indicators, you can see all the reserves are positive, but below their minimum targets, except for the mediation reserve, which is within its target. Development charges are the next reserve fund. The information here essentially matches back to the DC page. So it's green because it's between its minimum and maximum target for 2018. Program-specific reserves are next. And these are predominantly green, which means most of them are within their minimum maximum targets. Only the election reserve is red. Meaning it's expected to have a small negative balance after the election in the fall, but again, we'll wait to see what the actual costs of the election are before knowing what the outcome is financially. Stabilization reserves are next, and for the most part are yellow, meaning that these reserves have positive balances, but are less than the minimum target. Some of the exceptions to this include building, which is over its maximum target. You will recall through our operating budget presentation last week, we noted that reserve is above its target. That's why building fees, building permits were reduced in 2017 by 5%, and they're being held flat for a number of years. And over time, that reserve will be drawn down to be within its minimum and maximum targets. Gas supply is also different than yellow. It's within its minimum and maximum targets, so it shows as green. And then Gulf is negative, which is indicated by red. And as we talked about last week, it's planned to be there for a longer term until the debt for the golf course is paid off, and then it can start replenishing its stabilization reserve. Capital reserves have been split on 2 pages. So this slide shows the enterprise capital reserves. The following page talks about more specific capital reserves. The enterprise reserves are all positive and mostly have modest balances. The other capital reserves are generally more positive, with balances that are within their target ranges, as indicated by a lot of green on this slide. The only negative balance is in the business park reserve, which is expected to return to a positive in future years once some lands are sold off. Specifically, there's some land around Strasbourg Road that will see that balance improve. Total reserves, just summarizing where we are overall, reserve levels are fairly static from 2017 to 2018. There's a slight improvement planned there, and are just over half of the minimum balance expressed in the city's reserve policy. So just to summarize, the city has a strong policy framework that governs the use of reserves. Overall, reserve balances are generally positive, but below their minimum balances. And as we saw in the previous section, the debt to reserve balance is worse than the budget, or worse than a target of 1-to-1, but it's improving. So the implication is that presumably, since the reserves are below their target levels, we don't have enough money in reserves, but it is good news that we have positive balances in most of our reserves. Therefore, there should be no rating of reserves as we go through budget process. And Mr. Chair, I'll pause here for questions about reserves.
Okay, thank you. And I know we'll get some comments in terms of our slides are in black and white, of course, so some people might be seeing the colors in for the first time there. Hopefully you filled in the colors you went along, but it should be fairly evident from the amount. We do have 4 people in the queue. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Actually, that was the point I was going to make. Like, the colors are nice on the screen, but you can't tell when you're reading your package. Is there any way we can maybe change it to symbols so that, like, stars are good and check marks and something like that? Because
possibly. It's right now it's an automated thing where it says, like, if this, then do this. Yeah. But yes, we can try to take direction on that.
It's not that big of a deal. It's definitely just easier if it's a symbol versus something else. And my one question is on page 65. The tax capital from 2017 was projected to just be close to 300,000, and now it's $1 million. What didn't transpire in order for that to increase?
Through the chair, the balance increased because of capital closeouts in 2017, and then those closeouts are being used in part to fund the 2018
so at the end
capital
of the day,
project.
It doesn't make a whole material difference. And I had one other. Just with regards to the, on page 62, the Activa Group Sportsplex. I noticed later, and I don't remember what slide it was on, but there was $5,000 spent. Is that right? Because initially we had budgeted it was going to be 315,000, and now it's projected to only be 310,000. I know it's not big, but I was just wondering why that wouldn't just keep accumulating.
And that may be best for Ms. Kugler. She'll be here this afternoon. So
that's fine. It's really not that important, but I just thought I'd ask about it. I think that's all. If I have more, I'll bring back in. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Unesky. Sorry, also, I'm not sure it was mentioned, but we are referring to...
I also have the same concern in regards to those colored symbols. It's very difficult to read. If you just go to page 61. Okay, so there's 2 greens and the rest are yellows. Okay, because what I basically have done is use the first letter of the color, G for green, Y for yellow. So if you use that, that may solve the problem, and just have that explanation on page 60 for that, since you say you got a technical issue there. On page 62, the election line shows a negative 55. And that's the election year coming up. I thought you'd want to make sure that's all balanced out. I don't understand that, why it's got brackets.
So through the chair, we estimate how much an election is going to cost, and we put away 1/4 of that over a 4-year span. There's been, we keep updating the projection based on the information we're getting from our vendors and what have you. And so our best projection as of right now is that the cost will be slightly higher than what we've put in reserve, but we'll wait until the election actually happens and then figure out what the sustainable funding level is based on the actual costs.
So wouldn't you include that extra money for 2018 in the budget, just to make sure you try to balance it out and still fine-tune it at the end?
That could happen. I would say this is a projected result, not an actual. So the tactic we were planning on using is seeing what the result is, and then over the next 4 years, recoup those costs if it goes over budget.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Haggie, we are referring to the first page 183 as well in this, right? In the questions?
Is that the reserve continuity schedule? Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure committee was aware. Okay, very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. So as I'm sort of cross-referencing these reserve funds with the reserve budgets on page 184 to 88. So I have a bunch of questions. On 184, the insurance, the minimum was, sorry, the minimum, 184, sorry, I'm losing my track here as well, sorry. The minimum reserve is 2.3 million, and we're higher than that. Is that correct?
No, the ending balance is $880,000.
Oh, okay. So I was looking at the wrong number. I just want to make sure that, similar to the other question about the Activa Sportsplex, would you rather I waited until Ms. Kugler was here?
If it depends what the question is.
I want to know why we're holding $310,000 in that reserve.
So yes, that's better for Ms. Kugler to answer the question.
Okay. And economic development, we're sitting pretty high. We're at $7.5 million. Can we understand why we have such a high balance? And what are the projects that are anticipated to be drawn out of that $7.5 million?
Mr. Bloom, we have seen a schedule with that, but it hasn't been for a bit. Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, you may recall last year as part of the capital budget process, Council went through sort of line by line all of the major initiatives that emerged out of the Make It Kitchener strategy that were identified to be funded through this reserve. We've made no major changes. There's been no new projects added into this list. It's just a question of executing those over the next few years. So some of these projects, if they don't proceed in 2018, get pushed out to 2019. But there are no major changes or deletions from last year.
Okay. Sorry. Public art. So we're sitting at a healthy balance here as well. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
The balance is $59,000.
Okay. And the minimum is, or the maximum is $65,000.
Correct.
So what has not come out of there yet?
I don't know. I would say I'm not sure if Ms. DiDonato is planning to be here this afternoon.
To be clear, that doesn't necessarily have something, just so I understand as well, Councillor Fernandez, something doesn't necessarily have to come out of it. That's the reserve balance. It's supposed to be between those two.
I understand.
Goalposts, right? Okay.
I understand
so,
that.
Sorry, is the question, is something to come out of it?
Is there more to come out of this? Because I mean, it has no minimum balance, and now we're growing this public art reserve. Why are we not spending it?
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, I will double check, so I may not be correct on this one, but I believe the public art program that we offer, where we have an artist in residence, is based on a capital gift of many years ago, and it pays itself down, so it actually depletes over time. So there's actually, when we get into later bits, a need to actually add funding in the next few years, because this will eventually deplete and there'll be no funding left. But I will double check that is correct and get back to you if it's different.
Okay. And sorry, I'll pause your time for a second, but Councillor Ioannidis just clued me into page 203. There's a bit of additional information there. It says some restoration work's been put on hold due to LRT construction.
Okay.
Just as a bit of extra information. Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
So gas supply, we're at 3.1. That's a reserve. The minimum is 2.891. Sorry, I must have this. Excuse me. I'm just going to take a break for a second.
Oh, sure. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. It's noted on page 67 that our reserve levels are below minimum targets, even though there's a positive balance. How concerned is staff about the levels?
Through the chair, I would say that a lot of the reserve balances are reasonable. There's some that we are more concerned about, so something like WSIB. That's something where something big and catastrophic can happen, and we have limited ability to fund it. same with tax stabilization reserve. There's a lot that can happen within the year that we have no control over, and we have a limited ability to pay for it. So some of the other ones that are continuing a program and they have planned spending and there's not a whole lot of ups and downs, those ones being on target or slightly under is not a big deal. It's more of those reactionary ones that we have zero control over that are a concern to us. And so ideally, we'd like to see those balances increase, realizing that includes either decrease in spending or increases in rates, whether it's taxes or utility rates. And that's the balance that we've been working with council through over the last number of budgets to see some improvement. So we have been improving. We're happy for that, but more improvement would be better in staff's opinion.
Okay, and we've been fortunate, even in though the below the targeted levels, that we haven't gone under. But how often do we take a study and maybe readjust what the reserve levels are set at?
So the last time that was done was the comprehensive policy was in 2012, and I believe the question came up earlier this morning, when's the next time we're going to look at that, and there's a potential to do that as part of the long-term financial plan if that's the direction the council wants to go.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. Just some clarity on C62 and C63 after first. C62 community loans, I see from 2017 budgeted, and then there's no continuation of any balances for the projection or 2018. Can you just clarify there?
Sure. So community loan was discontinued, and that was put into the neighborhood development line, so just above it. And so that was a council decision kind of in the year.
All right. Okay.
And there's one or two other ones. Gas transportation was rolled into supply this year, so that one goes away as well.
Okay, all right. And then that answers my other question. Okay, my final one on C65 for business parks and recreational land. So there's a significant change from projection, and then for 2017 and going into 2018, what's happening there? We've held a negative balance in business parks for a long time, but finally it's going to reduce to 464.
Mr. Bloom, you want to take that one?
Correct. So business parks, the improvement there includes selling property.
Okay.
So that's I believe Strasbourg Road. And recreational land, I believe, is the other one you mentioned. So that's decreasing significantly from 2016. The big drop is in 2017, and it carries on a bit into 2018. The main funder, or that's a funding source for the South Kitchener District Park.
And the recreational lands, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Good. So with the remainder balance, so once, do we still have land left in the business park area?
Yes. Yeah. So there's some additional funding that will come in from that relates to the Coff property.
Okay.
In future years in the forecast.
And once that equals itself out, and then this item would be just removed, then.
There will be a positive balance in it going out, but I believe there's no planned activity in there in the forecast.
Okay, so this as an item will remain in case we broaden our business parks or again do anything different. So
yes,
as a reserve item, it will carry on regardless if it gets paid off. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
I'm sorry, I must have queued in back.
Oh, no problem. Councillor Yaniski.
Yeah, just page 61. I just want to take a look at the color scheme because I was noting it. Okay, two greens. Why is the total corporate reserves yellow when it's at 8,000 or 8 million and it's above the maximum? Wouldn't that be a different color?
It is below the minimum. So it's at $8 million. The minimum is 19, and the maximum is 29.
Oh, I see. You're usually in that range there. Okay,
yes.
I was looking at the bottom line.
Oh, yeah, so that's a separate category, the development section.
Oh, that category applies to development charges?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. So going back to my question around some of the reserves and the maximum and minimum, the federal gas tax shows that it's a green, but when I look at the reserve target, that's well below the maximum. Why is that green? So on page 188, the maximum target is $3.4 million, yet we only have 800 and, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one again.
Yep, no, you're right.
Yeah.
So green indicates it's bigger than its minimum. Fed gas minimum is 0. If it were above its max, it would be black.
Oh, I see. Okay. So maybe for future we can put a 0 in there because it doesn't indicate what the minimum is. You're thinking, well, what is the minimum? Is it an arbitrary floating amount? Okay. So gas supply, we're right smack dab in the middle between minimum and maximum at 3.1 million. Right. How much of that can we use, and what could we use it towards?
Through the chair, it can only be used for the gas supply rate. It cannot be used for a dividend. It cannot be used for gas delivery or any other purpose. It's only for gas supply. And the council's already set the rates for 2018, so I would suggest there's limited ability to do much different than is already planned.
So that would be when we set our rates again, we would look at that reserve if we wanted to change the rates.
Correct.
Okay. And hydro, is that the same, because they're in a green 3.1 million?
The hydro utility investment reserve?
Yeah.
So that is used to fund the capital pool. Okay. So it's part of the CC pool. There is flexibility to use that, but again, as we've been funding the capital program, we've looked to see what the funding requirements are in each year, and that one gets to the minimum balance somewhere out in the forecast. I don't recall exactly which year. But so if you were to take money out of it now, it would go below its minimum target in a future year.
Okay, because the minimum is 2.5 million, and we're sitting at 3.1. So that gives us like $500,000 that we could use towards the capital pool, or not? Or you're saying that if we did that, it would affect it over the next 10 years?
So if you take the money out now, I'm saying the draw in a future year, in future years, gets that down to its minimum target. So that additional $500,000 is already planned to come out, but not in 2018, somewhere in a future year. So if you were to reduce it now, it would cause it to go below its minimum in a future year.
Okay. The way the hydro rates are, I would think that we're not going to go too low. That was a comment, sorry. Equipment, we're sitting at quite a healthy balance. Can you help me understand why we would be, and again, it's right smack dab in the middle. Is there anticipated purchases of large pieces of equipment that we might need to draw in the future from that reserve?
So through the chair, again, there's a forecast of equipment needs, and there's a detailed process, equipment review that says what we need now, look at what is planned for replacement based on age right now, but every piece of equipment is reviewed to see, we should replace it after 8 years, but it's still in okay shape, so let's save it. We can continue using it, so instead of replacing it now, it'll be replaced when it's 11 years old, and that still needs to happen. So yes, there's a plan to use those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue. I think we will break now, Mr. Haggie, if that's okay.
Sure.
And Mayor Urbaniak, you need to go into special counsel.
Yes. Thank you, Scott. I'll call the special council meeting to order. Motion to go in camera for the listed item. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Davey. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to recess. Councillor Fernandez, Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
And I think looking for advice, but probably reconvene in 45 minutes. Is that reasonable? Yes? Okay. So 12:45.
That's what they asked. Can you pass that down? Sure.
because it's been slow development, a lot of feedback, a lot of consultation, and then into testimony.
Okay, Councillor Etherington, I think you are our quorum. You ready to go? All right. I lost my page. Mr. Haggie, when you're ready.
All right. So I just have a few brief slides before we get into the capital budget page flip, the information. Again, just giving some of the highlights of or understanding of how to follow the information. The capital forecast begins on page 106 of today's package, and I'm assuming typically what we do is we'll look at the capital budget in as well as existing capital balances at the same time. So as we go through, that will be how the chair will be handling those. As far as the capital budget pages go, there is noted on this slide, the package is ordered by department, then division, and then there are specific projects that start on page 106. The capital budget pages, you'll notice toward the left-hand column, there's in some cases there's additional information there. So if there's a checkbox, it means it's a new project that's been added to the capital forecast. If in the type column it says T, it means it's triple funded. That's what we've previously referred to as our ARP program, our Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program. We're calling it more just full road reconstruction at that point, or at this point. If it has TS, it means that it also has sidewalk related to it. Toward the left-hand side as well, sometimes you'll see an A, B, C, or D. That refers to the quality of the estimate for projects, so that's used for projects that are significant dollars, $1 million or more. If it is a capital, it means that, A, B, or C talks about the quality of the estimate, so A's are better quality estimates than C's are. And if it's a capital, it means that that contingency amount has been built into the capital figure that you see there. If it is a lowercase figure, it means it has not been built in. For the major changes, there are some highlights, so I'll keep that running as we go through the discussion. I won't be standing here, I'll be sitting down, and departments and divisions will be answering the majority of your questions. But I'll keep the slide deck moving through just to highlight the major changes. So we've put that into the package. So things that are over $50,000 have been highlighted just on the slides. Things over $1 million also have an associated issue paper. And those are all keyed and highlighted in the slide deck as we go through it. That ends essentially my comments. I would point out there were a few slides that were handed out this morning that relate to the parking garage based on discussion that started during operating. And so at that point, when we get to that, Mr. Reben has some comments that he would like to make related to these slides. But there won't be any more presentation per se as we go through the day. It's more of a question and answer time. And the only other thing, just one of the questions that came up this morning was about the split between principal and interest payments on the debt side of things. So the principal payments are about $11 million and interest payments are about $3 million. So the majority of what we're paying off in debt, or the majority of our payments, are principal related. So again, principal payments are $11 million, interest payments are $3 million. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair, and I will go sit down, hopefully, for the rest of the day.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Hague, just before you go. So I'm trying to remember how we did this in the past. So typically, I think we would flip through the extra slides here and ask if there's any comments, and then after that, then we can do more of a general page flip through the remaining things. Is that?
We've generally done them kind of concurrently, so we deal with a section, so general expense, and if there are any questions about the capital budget and the related existing balances, we do them kind of concurrently.
Okay, so just go right to the page flip then, and you'll remind me when I'm skipping by a section if it's a slide.
Yeah, so you can announce what sections we're dealing with, or page range is typically how it goes, and then if there's a question about the existing balance at the same time, it is helpful, because then we have all the same staff here at the same time, as opposed to dealing with capital budget and then trying to deal with existing balance at a later time.
Okay, very good. I did sort of loosely group them, so if I'm going too quickly, don't be free to jump in, okay? Okay, so we would be looking at, we're starting on page, 106. And we will take questions now. I just thought we would go to communications and marketing on 113. So 106 to 113. And we'll take some time for people to review that before we move along. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, so I am pleased to see that we've got a development process review, but from the comment, it's related to a comprehensive review of the development process. Can we have a little bit more description on what that is intended? If what I'm understanding from what I'm reading, it means better or improved public engagement, to prioritize certain actions with relationships to developments coming up. Is that correct? Or is there more that you can expand it on?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, that is correct. As you know, the work is currently being scoped out, and so by the end of this year, we hope to have a final scope of the review. So today what I offer is just tentative. But you are correct, this relates to the land development process at the city. We currently have more than 125 staff in 8 different divisions from all city departments involved in that process: economic development, building, fire, planning, legal, engineering, operations, transportation. And they consult with a large number of citizens every year, over 10,000 citizens through that process. But they also process a large volume of applications, whether they're building permits or occupancy zone changes, development applications and site plan applications. They're also involved in implementing a lot of strategy, and they have a lot of work on the business plan. And so, in a general sense, the purpose of this service review is to look at that service, look at opportunities to improve it, to increase coordination and collaboration between staff, improve accountability. Ultimately, the goal is to make a better experience for both citizens engaging in the process and developers doing business with the city.
Are you hoping out of this review that we will set certain guidelines on how we engage the public on development? I mean, every public information session that one of us may go to could be slightly different depending on the department and division that are presenting it. So engineering will present a certain way, and transportation will present a different way, and planning will present a different way. So is your hope out of this review that we'll become more cohesive and more collaborative in how we do this?
As I say, we're still scoping out the review, and so I won't presuppose the exact scope, but yes, engagement, how we engage with citizens will form part of it, and yes, one of the objectives is that we have greater collaboration and consistency across our processes. So yes, that area is in scope for review.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions there, so we will move on. Oh, sorry, one more question, Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, sorry. I was wondering on C11 about the Studio Central grant. Now, my understanding that this was a grant from another source. So why is it in our budget, or is it in our budget because when the grant comes through, that will take this off of our budget?
Yes. Mr. Hague?
Through the chair, it's other, so it's a donation that's being made, not a grant. And it's put here, we hold the funds for the library, so all of their capital projects run through our capital budget process, so the funds will essentially be housed here and be used by library.
Okay, and so it'll just get drawn down as
Yes.
they use it. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, well now let's look at pages 114 through to, where do we go here, to 118. So economic development and mayor and council. Again, that's pages C114 to C118. Councillor Fernandez.
So on the downtown incentive funding, page 114, we're sitting at 92,000, and it stays pretty constant all the way through. My understanding was that we should be seeing that sunset coming soon, if I'm not mistaken. When is, I thought 2019, so why is it still in there?
Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, you're correct. Pardon me. So you'll actually see the programs come back to you, to council, in likely January or February for review to determine what you want to do with those programs. What we're suggesting is we leave it in the capital budget for now, because you may decide you want to continue those programs, at which case you would need the funding here. So it will be coming back for your review early in the new year.
Okay, so what if we were to decide not to continue with the program? Where would that funding go then? Or we just stop funding that program?
Through the chair, I mean, that would be a discussion of council as to where you may want to reallocate those funds if you chose not to put those in those programs. Whether that's simply eliminating the line or allocating it towards different projects, but I presume that'll be a decision you'll make once you decide how and if you want to continue the existing programs.
Okay, and that money is coming out of economic development, is that right?
No, through the chair, it's funded through capital.
So capital current. Okay. Sorry, what was page 2?
Sorry, that was page 1. Oh, I skipped ahead. To page 118.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, on page 114, Brownfield program, I note that 2020 and 21 is significant money allocated for. Is there something happening there that we're not aware of?
Mr. Bloom? Through the chair, yes, there are two major applications that are going to be coming council's way in the very short term. That are two major development projects that, if approved through the Brownfield program, would be a considerable hit, and that's why we've added the funding in 2020 and 2021.
So you anticipate that in about 3 or 4 years from now, as opposed to next year?
Through the chair, they get paid out over a span of, depending on the life of the program, or as you remember, the tax increment, it's a payback of the increment. So depending on the value of the increment, if it's a significant increment, that could get paid back in a few years. So I believe this is why the funding is arranged the way it is some of those major projects get funded faster than, say, a smaller project.
So next year's budget or subsequent could be altered to reflect the timing that's required as you move it along?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez in this section again.
Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't asked.
Oh, no problem.
Can I ask you just a question?
Sure.
When we're going through this page flip, is it possible for us to also identify what page it is? Like, is it C79 or is it C80? Because I know that they're concurrent, right? They're reflecting both in the page flip as well as in this additional information.
Yeah, so it's not possible for me, because I have the same document that you have, but I think Mr. Hagee is going to be flipping through the screens as they relate to the pages that we're on.
Of course. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my stuff, so I should be looking at the screen too then. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And just to that point, there's nothing highlighted for this section because there's no major changes that have happened. But I will keep the slide, the screen active.
Mr. Hagee, if it's easier, you can cue in there. I can put 4 in the 4, and you can keep your microphone on. Okay, so we are now page 120, and we'll go through to just 122, because I know there is a item there. So 120 to 122, so IT and Human Resources and Legislative Services. Any questions in this section? I am not seeing any. Okay, so then for the next section, we'll just do a bunch at once. We're going to do community services straight through, so we'll do 123 to 133.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out there is an issue paper from the previous section, the IT section.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody wants to review or have questions on it, but...
I did mention IT. I didn't see any questions on the IT-related item. Not seeing any. Okay. No questions on that. So we'll continue with community services. Everything up to fire. Let's do. So again, that would be up to 134. Councillor Fernandez.
I noticed Ms. Kugler's here, so this would be the time to ask the questions related to the reserves on the auditorium and Activa.
Certainly.
Okay. So, Ms. Kugler, I was noticing that the reserves for the auditorium tickets were at $347,000, which puts it higher than the maximum. Can you help me understand why we're holding a reserve above the maximum?
Through you, Chair. So generally the reserve helps fund some of those specialty projects. So prior to this year, we actually dipped into the reserves for a bit to fund our partnership with the video score clock when we did the upgrade in the odd. So at this point, we don't have a significant project, and so we are a little bit on the plus side, but there will be some projects coming forward.
Okay, that's good to know. Additionally, the Activa Sportsplex, you're sitting at $310,000, and the max is $500,000. Again, is there a reason that we're holding such a healthy reserve?
So the reserve for Activa was related to the naming of Activa Sportsplex, and so originally there was a $500,000 contribution for that, and at the time the Places to Play campaign was to be funded from it. So if there's any shortfall in the fundraising for the Places to Play campaign, that was the source to fund that. The last payment for the Places to Play was made this year, so that campaign is now fully paid off, and from that there was a transfer to that $500,000, which leaves now a standing balance of the $310,000. Going forward after this year, that money will be used as part of the agreement that we had with Activa as a legacy to fund the shuttles in the areas of the boxing academy and minor hockey office areas in the boardroom.
Okay, so if there's work to be done in those areas, that money would come out of this reserve?
Correct.
Okay, good to know. On page 124, I noticed that we have an event recruitment. And every year it's 24, 25, 26. Right now we have $76,000 sitting in that account. Help me understand why we wouldn't reduce some of this funding, because it's coming out of capital out of current, over the next few years until we sort of level out.
So the event recruitment money is used to actually fund major bids, and so when we're looking to either attract either a new performance or a new trade show or a Memorial Cup, that's where we fund that from. So then when we are in that position, if it's a significant amount, we will use that to help with the bid production or actually to be the sponsorship portion for pursuing that event to bring it to the area.
So would that be something, like, so you mentioned the Memorial Cup, would that be something like when we were working on trying to get the Can-Am Games?
So when we were working on the Canada Games, that would have been one of the funds that we used to help with bid development or portions of things that were related to the odds specific to the Canada Games, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. May, comment?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to go back to Ms. Kugler's response on Activa and just provide some more information or clarification. The $300,000 in the Activa reserve, the intention is to leave it there. It's not to spend it, but to use the interest that's created by that $300,000 to spend on improvements at Activa. So I didn't want council to think that the next time we need a new facility at Activa, that we'll be using up that $300,000. It will always be there. We'll just be spending the interest.
That's helpful. Thank you. Councillor Etherington. You clicked yourself off there. Hang on a sec. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things, Mr. Chair, through you. On page 130, again, back to that Rockway situation, I've today requested some kind of update on the efforts to pursue that public-private project on the Rockway Centre. I just want to say I've no issue with the proposal to not budget Rockway funds until, I believe it's 2023, on condition we maintain the existing centre. But I do want to see some kind of report on what's happening on that public-private issue. I particularly don't want to see a repeat performance of senior citizens marching up and down outside the Rockway Centre, which we saw a number of years ago. So I'm in your hands on whether I ask for an issue paper or to just do it offline as I've already requested, Mr. Chair. Perhaps you could give me some guidance on that.
I would suggest, since it's unlikely to impact the 2018 budget, I would suggest it would come through another avenue, but Mr. May is going to comment as well.
Okay, and on the other subject on page 133, over the years, I've seen various promises or commitments to increase our Heritage Property Grant Program. Can someone tell me if, in fact, our figure for this budget has been increased, or is this still same as in earlier years?
Mr. Haggie, and actually Mr. May, do you want to take a crack first?
Well, I'll jump in. Through the chair, I don't recall this budget being increased anytime recently at all.
Okay. Mr. May?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The budget hasn't been increased from what you would have seen previously. To go back to your original question about Rockway, you will be, I think it's December 4th, you will be receiving a report on the corporate business plan, and one of the items on economic development's business plan is related to moving forward the public-private partnership, and so I think that would be the appropriate time to ask those questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Davey. A couple questions. One is on page 123, just regarding the neighborhood strategy implementation. Did I miss something? Why is it ending at 2019?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Council approved the creation of the Neighborhood Development Reserve using existing funds, and so the funds run out in 2019. What I would say to you is that, at least in my mind, is a best case scenario. That would mean that every year we give out the most amount of grants that we can give, because so many of these programs are about take-up. And so if we don't get full take-up in 2018 or 2019, we do believe the funding will go beyond that. When Council approved the Neighborhood Strategy Implementation Plan, staff indicated that before the end of 2019, we'd be coming back with recommendations for permanent funding.
Okay, and will that be based on existing take-up, or how will you?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we'll certainly, by that point, we'll have several years under our belt with things like the placemaking challenge and the neighborhood matching grant, so we can determine if it should be continued and funded on a permanent basis.
Okay, thanks. Next question is the next page regarding the auditorium. What is it? Auditorium lighting, $350,000 in 2020. Is that indoor lighting, outdoor lighting? Can you just expand on that a little?
So that lighting would be a replacement lighting in the main bowl, and so it'll address some of that.
In the main bowl?
In the main bowl of the arena.
Indoors?
Indoors.
Okay, thank you. And then I just was also wondering on page 133 about the community climate action plan. What happens after 2021? Is that another case of a master plan implementation strategy just ending at that time, and then we would need to relook after that time about future plans?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my recollection is that council actually directed that this funding only happen for, I believe, a 5 or 6 year period, and it was funding to an external organization. So there is no funding beyond that point. I would suggest that work will happen in the meantime that will help us determine whether that should be required on an ongoing basis or perhaps put into other areas.
Okay. So what would be a mechanism for us to make sure that we flag that for future years so that that doesn't drop off the radar, so that we continue our commitment to climate action?
Okay, Mr. May, in briefing this, we are veering sort of out of like 2018 budget, but Mr. May, if you want to
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, I can guarantee you that the organization that receives this funding won't let it drop off the plate, but also staff are working closely with them. So I have no doubt that come 2021, you'll be discussing this issue further.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
On page 130, at the top, under community centers and general provisions, I'm just wondering whether it would be under this line or not, where my community center, Victoria Hills, I requested through staff that the parking lot, the lines demarcating the parking spaces, it just totally faded away, needed to be redone. And I asked that that be looked at, but I was told, I don't remember by who, that you'd have to go back to budget and allocate it or something. Could somebody help me out on this? I didn't think it was a big issue, big item. We're only just talking painting some, redoing the lines.
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is not the line that would be funded through. Staff are currently in discussions. It may not be a big issue when you just take it for one community center, but we're having similar issues at parking lots at many of our 13 community centers. So staff are currently in discussions with both community center staff and facilities management staff to determine the best way to fund those improvements.
Okay.
Okay, no further questions. We'll just because it's a bit of an isolated area, we'll look at fire by itself. Does anyone have any questions on page 135 for fire? I'm not seeing any. Okay, let's start infrastructure services then. So we'll go to page 141, including water. So infrastructure up to water. Up to page 141. Councillor Fernandez.
So I'm interested to know why we have 99,000 sitting in the capital outer current for City Works, and we're asking so there's a reallocation of 100,000 over the 10-year forecast. Can somebody help me understand why is this the existing funds that are being reallocated, or where is this $100,000 coming from that's being reallocated?
Mr. Haggie?
Sure. Through the chair, the highlights on the slide only deal with the budget, not with existing capital balances. So there are funds from the City Works account that have been put into the condition study for roads and sidewalks account. So the City Works budget has been reduced and the condition study budget has been increased.
Okay, but City Works continues to get $20,000 for out of capital, out of current every year for the next 10 years. They have 99,000 sitting in there, and so we're saying City Works is moving funding from there into the study for roads and sidewalks?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so there are some upgrades required to City Works based on some of the asset management work that we're doing, as well as annual licensing fees that are required on an annual basis.
I'm sorry. Can you can you repeat that? Just like Councillor Yanetsky, when my mic is on, I have a really hard time hearing you, so I have to really concentrate. Sorry.
So through the chair, there are some upgrade requirements based on our current asset management plans that are being done in City Works right now, as well as ongoing licensing fees that are required, which is what some of that funding for the next 10 years is allocated for.
Okay, but I'm still not understanding how are we using up this 99,000? Because there doesn't seem to be. I mean, that's the existing balance in the City Works.
Through the chair, like I said, there's upgrades required as well. So we do have some staffing requirements for that area to finish on the upgrades that we need to do for City Works, as well as the licensing requirements moving forward.
Okay, I apologize. You had to repeat that again. I think that was it.
Okay, Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, on page 135, major fire equipment fleet, this is for years 22 and 23. There's two lines dealing with major significant purchases. Then near the bottom, an additional fleet vehicle. I'm assuming that's also a fire because that seems to be the same section. Is this a duplicate, or is there something new, or is the one in the top line also new equipment or replacement equipment? I don't know.
Mr. Hagee?
Sure. Through the chair, the fire major equipment line is replacing existing equipment, so essentially pumpers and aerial trucks. And you'll see that that line is funded by CC, so it's replacing existing vehicles. The additional line you'll see is funded by DC, and that's because it's talking about adding, one new fire vehicle of some sort in that year.
That's coming out of the DC, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Because it would be growth related, so it can be funded by development charges.
So you need separate lines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Gallo-Silac.
So I think I figure out what we're doing. So with regards to the Kiwanis Park maintenance, which is on page 138, and on at page C81, I understand that you're bringing it up to the same funding as the other 4 citywide parks. That's correct, right? Yeah. Is there any way to get one schedule for final budget day that has the 4 major parks with all of their funding lines so that we can just see it all in one place, from operating monies to capital monies that are going into the parks that align with one another? Because the whole point is to get them to be equalized. Is that possible?
Through the chair, for capital, that's easily possible. I'm not positive on the operating side how everything is set up there, so that might be more difficult, but we can definitely do it for capital.
Okay, if we can do it for capital and if it's easy enough to do operating, but I'm more thinking of the capital side anyways.
Yeah, if it's I don't know if it's segregated the same way in operating as it is in capital.
Okay, fair enough. If it's too much work, then that's fine. And is this where we're also talking about issue paper number 3?
Number 3, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Just let me get to that. With regards to roofs. My question is with regards to the Don McLaren Arena roof at $445,000. I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit more information on the plan for Don McLaren and if we can do something less until we figure out what the potential will of council is with regards to Don McLaren.
Ms. Lusk? Sorry, I think we caught you in thought there. I'm not sure if you caught the question.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding the question, you want to understand the intended longer-term use for Don McLaren and whether we can sort of minimize the expenditures there.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll work on that.
Okay, if we can
Okay.
bring that back for final budget day, is that possible? Is
I'm
it
sorry?
possible to bring that back for like an issue paper for final budget day on that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's all my questions in this section. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you, Chair Davey. And my question is relating to the sidewalks and all that with the increased funding. I guess my question is, how much more kilometers are we looking at with that increased funding that we're going to be doing?
This is the 100,000 over the 10-year capital forecast question, right? Mr. Rubin?
Sorry, I'm just following up, just making sure I understand the question correct. Is this for the reallocation for the sidewalk inspections you're talking about in asset management?
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah. So we have a legislated requirement to inspect every sidewalk on a certain frequency. So that would cover all of our sidewalk inspection requirements.
Okay, but the increase of the 637, that's just all for inspection? Or is that increase, like how many kilometers are we going to be doing to repair or to follow that legislation?
Through the chair, so we do have requirements to repair deficiencies. So when sidewalks settle, there's gaps. So there is a timeline that's legislated around those requirements. This is sidewalk and road inspection condition assessments that's being funded through that 637,000. So it's not just for the sidewalks; it's both components that are being funded through that. Capital comes out of operating for mud jacking, and then replacements or new installs come out of engineering.
Okay. So do we have an estimate of how many kilometers a year that we work on sidewalks in particular?
Through the chair, that's something I can look into and find out to see what, how many kilometers we do repairs on in a given year. I don't have that information with me.
Okay. I would like to see that. I think it's an important thing that we deal with on a regular basis, dealing with the sidewalks.
Okay, I'm sure staff's noted that. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm just going back to the roof maintenance issue. The 44 Gawkel, are we receiving any payment, like lease payments at all from that site? Are we receiving any revenue from 44 Gawkel at all?
So that would be an economic development question?
Yeah, Mr. Bloom will be better able to answer that.
Okay, 1 second here. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, just very modest rent payments. You'll recall that council made a decision to fund the CAM costs through the Economic Development Reserve, which I'm presuming is what will actually fund roof replacements, in other words.
So this is sort of a combined question, I guess, for both of you. So I know that there's a boiler issue at that site, and now I'm seeing here that there's a roof issue as well. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We have had active leaks at that site, so this would be sort of the minimally necessary repairs to address those issues.
45,000 is minimal. What would we need? Like that's going to do the minimal work?
Yeah, that would be to address the leaks as we've investigated them. It's been fairly consistent that we've had leaks over the last 2 years at that property.
And Mr. Bloom, what is our? I need to be reminded what is our commitment to 44 Gawkel. Are we committed long-term to that site? Because it seems to me that we're doing a lot of, we recognize the boiler issue. Now we've got the roof, an ongoing roof issue, and I thought that this was not going to be a long-term commitment to this building.
Through the chair, council has endorsed that we consider 44 Gawkel as a location for the Creative Hub, so that a report will come back to council likely in January or February, which is really about at least the short-term use of that building. In the meantime, we hadn't contemplated a sort of a long-term evaluation in that process, but if that's something council would like as part of that discussion, we're happy to look into that.
Okay, that makes sense. So thank you for that one. $85,000 for unforeseen repairs. With an existing budget of $147,000, now we're over $200,000 in monies anticipated for both work that may yet to be done and maybe be done. Can we have a better breakdown of unforeseen repairs? Are there buildings that we have, like 44 Gaukel, that we know that have leaks and it could get worse? Or, I mean, is that a reasonable request to understand where in the city we need to address these issues?
Mr. Rubin, do you want to start, and then Ms. Lusk after?
Sure. Through the chair, so we do have over 70 occupied facilities in the city of Kitchener. So that is to make sure that we have some budget set aside for water leakages that come up. We know that once water gets into a building, it becomes a lot more expensive to repair, so we need to set aside some adequate budget to try and prevent any water getting in facilities as soon as possible.
Okay, sorry, you're looking...
I was that Ms. Stewart was going to say something else, no?
Oh, sorry, Ms. Stewart.
Okay, so again, through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding your question, again, you asked that we sort of try and anticipate a little bit more what we might use that money for in 2018?
Yeah, I mean, if we've got an existing balance of 147, has that all been allocated to repairs?
Yes, so you're looking at, I believe it's a September existing balance, but if we were to look today, that has pretty much been virtually completely allocated to finishing up the roofing projects that we have for this year. So we won't be carrying much of a balance into the new year.
Okay. I mean, I guess I mean, we've been doing work on the Forest Heights pool not that long ago. You know, we've got the Don McLaren arena as identified is you know, of a bit concern, and it doesn't seem that long ago that we were doing work on twin pads. Was that all interior work, and now we're like, to me, when you're doing work on a particular building and an asset, you should be looking at the complete picture. I feel like we're just doing things in bits and pieces. Help me understand if that's just my view of it, or if that's what's happening.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what happens is that, you know, different components of the building are considered in different, at different times and for different reasons. So often the interior constructions and renovations are related to programming kind of needs that have changed, or just rehabilitating existing assets. The exterior, the roofing, the building envelope is more about an ongoing maintenance commitment to that asset, so they're often independent.
Mr. Rubin, to add?
Through the chair, if I can even add further, large facilities often have many different roofs that are separated. So there might be a flat roof and a slanted roof, and so the flat roof may require replacement sooner than a slanted roof. So we look at each segment of the roof that makes sense to be able to separate individually, and then do condition scores on those, and then work those into our asset management program as we move forward.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
I don't have any questions, but I wonder if you could ask members of council, when they're asking a question, to indicate what page they're referring to. It's quite difficult where you're jumping all over the place.
I will do that. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. Just following up on Councillor Fernandez's question on, you know, why we do different pieces of work at different points in time. I'm wondering if I'm trying to sort of build an analogy similar to a home. I mean, if I understand your reply correctly, it's a combination of what are particular needs at a point in time, plus what's the budget that we have to work with. So, just like in a home, a homeowner may 1 year decide to replace their roof, a couple of years later do their windows. Perhaps, you know, the water heater goes, and if they don't happen to rent from Kitchener Utilities, decide that they have to replace that because that's a priority. We take a similar approach, I presume, to our buildings, but also look for efficiencies when we can overlap some of these projects.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that's a fair analogy. I think the other thing that we've referred to earlier in the morning, and you'll be hearing more about as time goes on, is we're developing more complete asset management plans for our facilities. And so at this point, we don't have the full and complete asset management plan for every facility, with the exception of roofing. So roofing is being looked at across the portfolio so that the most critical needs, if I can use that word, are addressed within each budget year to the best of our resources. So that's it's a good analogy, but it's also being driven a little bit more by additional, deeper information on that component.
And I presume the roofing is a significant priority because if it doesn't happen,
we run the risk of significantly more costs and more damages as a result of leaks?
That is a potential, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just a question regarding the page 138, Homer Watson House maintenance. It looks like we have a higher budget for 2018 than subsequent years. Just wondering, are we looking at any major work to be done, and will there be any shutdowns during that work?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we work with the staff at Homer Watson House and Gallery, as we do with our other partner organizations, to determine their priorities. My recollection is that the one that we would be working on in the next upcoming year would be exterior brick repointing, so there's not likely a need for any shutdown. We would certainly try and minimize that in any case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And further to the discussion around the replacing and repairing roofs on C190, I just want to thank staff for putting in the budget unforeseen repairs, because we want to be able to act super quickly when a roof leak is discovered. We don't want to have pails moving around inside to make sure that we, we just want to fix the roofs when we realize there's a leak right away. So thank you.
If you'd like to, Councillor Fernandez has some inside information on Homer Watson as she works with the board.
Yeah, and Ms. Stewart is correct, Councillor March, that it is repointing and of the brickwork, and they will be working on it in bits and pieces. So it won't require any closing, but they've also applied, I believe, for some grant money to offset some of that cost.
Okay, no one else in the queue. We will deal with, let's just do gas and engineering studies, and then after that we'll do the full reconstruction. So just pages 142 and 143, if there's any questions on there. 142, 143. Don't expect many as we've dealt with gas. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, so there's a new project on page C4 141 related to Strasbourg, Templewood, and Rush Meadow. Can somebody help me understand what kind of work is happening there? It talks about utilities and water.
Okay, so we're on page 141, the third item down, Strasbourg, Templewood to Rush Meadow. Anyone have any insight on what that is? Oh.
So through the chair, we've got this project on Strasbourg Road. It's to basically, they're going to be extending Strasbourg Road water main, and it's going to be affecting some of our pressure zones. So as part of this, we're going to be looking to put in a new section of water main to try to loop some of the dead ends within that existing pressure zone.
Okay, so because of the expansion of Strasbourg Road, there's
it's an opportunity for us.
Opportunity for us to do some work, okay? Because I'm just trying to think if there's going to be work being done near that culvert and near the creek, will that have any environmental impacts on the work? Will the work you're doing have any environmental impacts on the creek, and what close proximity is that to the creek?
Ms. Fletcher, do you want to take that one?
So through the chair, I think what Mr. Gaber has indicated is Kitchener Utilities would be looking to partner with either an engineering project or a regional project. So if there's environmental considerations, that would be part of the overall bigger project.
So is this funding in like a placeholder until the work actually starts on the Strasbourg Road expansion?
Through the chair, no. What it is partnering as part of seeing economies of scale. I'll let Mr. Gross add detail.
Through the chair, as part of the Strasbourg Road extension, the region of Waterloo is extending their water main. As part of the region's water main extension, the city requires to update some of the configuration of their existing infrastructure, and so it's tied into that whole project. In terms of environmental impact, there will be environmental mitigation measures that will be put in place as part of the Strasbourg Road project, and the water main project will take advantage of those measures.
Okay, I appreciate that additional information, because I know that if work starts on an existing piece of Strasbourg Road between those two roads, there'll be all kinds of alarm bells raised by the residents. There is a church in between those two those roads. Will this affect that building and the water and utilities going into that building?
Through the chair, I don't have details on exactly what is affected when. I can tell you that prior to any impact or effect, there will be notices going out.
Okay, I appreciate the extra information. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes questions for that section. We will now do the full reconstruction, which brings us to page... There's quite a bit here. This will bring us to page 164. So we're looking at pages 144 to 164. Councillor Fernandez.
So I have a number of questions, but my first question is going to be, and this is coming out of the Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee, and I know that I had sent an email to Mr. Reedman about this. Can we identify where and which of these road full reconstructions that are happening will include cycling trails or cycling lanes with them?
Mr. Reedman?
Sorry, page number, I'm sorry, 144. So, yeah, just 144, that's it.
Through the chair, so I have had staff in Transportation Services highlight those projects, and that list was circulated to Councillor Fernandez about a week ago. We haven't done an update to the package, but I can email the rest of council the list of the projects with cycling.
Okay, I apologize, I did not see that email. I don't know why, but I've had my BlackBerry cut out on me completely, so I will look for that again. I think that's important information to send to our Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee, because they have, once they have that information, then they know that we are actually moving forward on our commitment to cycling trails and work on that. That's all I have right now, but I might tag in again if somebody else doesn't have a question.
There's no one else in the queue, so. To 164, so all of the full reconstruction. Not seeing anyone come up. Okay, so then we'll do surface on 165, and we'll deal with, let's go up to new construction 168. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on page 165, again, I think I know the answer. The 300,000 that's going toward this project from the BIA, that's what is listed there in other, am I correct? And also connected with that, issue paper, page 193, 194, could someone update me on where the other $160,000 which is needed is going to come from, if we know?
Mr. Bloom.
I'll handle the first question. Yes, the $300,000 is coming from the BIA over a period of 3 years.
Okay. And the balance of the 160, Mr. Hagee?
Sure. The balance, the remainder 160, is coming from the capital pool. So, and it's already included in the proposed budget.
Okay. And just to clarify, last we saw this, we didn't know the presentation, we didn't know where any of those funds were going to come from, and there was an implication that perhaps all of those, the additional funding was supposed to come from the city. So the BIA has made that commitment. Very good. Mr. May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, just to elaborate on that a bit, in the issue paper, staff, when the Queen Street Streetscape came to council, it was very clear from, I think, every single one of you that you were looking for a substantial contribution from the private sector. And so staff felt that a 2/3, 1/3 split, where the private sector was funding 2/3, was an appropriate level. I think it's no small feat that the BIA has come to the table with a very substantial amount of money that will allow us to do a really good project in our downtown.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, so on that placemaking, when we had the discussions with the developer's consultant or even the architect, my understanding was that they had not even started a site plan process yet. So I'm a little bit puzzled as to why maybe I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to start doing some work before the work on the building actually starts to happen. I mean, a recent Record article showed that there's an awful lot of work. I mean, the building is in all kinds of different bits and pieces and different ages and different levels of construction. Are we talking about doing this before this building is completely renovated?
Mr. May?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that this work will not be done until 2019, first of all. That's where the money is put in the budget, is 2019. And so in that time, I have no doubt that we'll have discussions with not just that one property owner, with a number of property owners to make sure that the work is coordinated.
Okay. All right. We're not on bridge rehabilitation yet, are we? We're just doing surface reconstruction. Okay.
Yes, we are on bridge. We're on page 168.
Okay, so I have a couple questions on the Dune Village Road Bridge 802 and 803, which I'm assuming are the two small single-lane bridges. I know that the work is not scheduled until 2022.
So that's page 166, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you, 166. I apologize. Can you help me understand, Mr. Allen, when work on those bridges was done, it was not that long ago that we did some work on that.
Through you, Chair Davey, I don't have information about when that was last rehabilitated, but I know there was not a major rehabilitation done on those structures in at least a decade, so it may have just been some minor work.
Okay. Will there be some heritage impact assessments and heritage review of those bridges before we start doing any work on them?
The structures themselves, through you, Chair Davey, are not identified as historically significant, although the work that we're planning to do would not impact the heritage aesthetics of the bridges at all. So
you're not planning on widening the bridges at all?
No.
Okay, and would we be working on them in a two-stage process? It's because, I mean, there's other concerns along Dune Village Road with volume and speeds, and I've been working with transportation on this. So I know it's a few years out, but I just want to make sure that whatever decisions that we do with regards to transportation and changing the entrance from Dune South onto Dune Village Road, that actually may have an impact on when the work on the bridges is needed. So right now, are you basing it on the traffic volumes that are there now? And would it change if there were change in traffic volumes and traffic patterns?
So through the chair, the work that's in the budget right now is based on inspections that we've done on the structure. So it's strictly addressing some structural repairs that need to take place on that structure. So we haven't looked at other surrounding impacts or traffic volumes, things like that.
Okay. Can I ask why not?
On the structure?
Yeah, I mean, so my understanding from a recent transportation study that was done through our transportation staff is 50 to 70% of the traffic that is now driving Dune Village Road is through traffic. So there may be some adjustment and some changes happening. which will reduce the volume and speeds of traffic along that road, which could change the impacts on the bridge and the need or necessity to do work on that bridge. And again, I recognize that it's a few years out, but I just think we need to all be working together and comprehensively so that one division isn't doing work when it could maybe be pushed out a couple more years.
Mr. Reedman, do you want to comment? Sorry, Mr. Allen, Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so the divisions are working together. The structural deficiencies on the bridge that have been identified would need to happen if we continue to have motor vehicle travel over that bridge. So unless we're closing the bridge altogether, then we need to do this work. So there are repairs for the existing structure based on any future outcome at this point in time.
So it's essentially maintenance work.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Singh?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Yaski?
This is in regards to issue paper number 4 on page 191, dealing with engineering. And it talks about 3 projects that are going to be tied in with the region on Fairway Road, Victoria Street, and King Street. The one on King Street is sort of identified as a 3-year project, 21, 22, and 23 for the entire street? Or is that at 21 and 23?
Through the chair, I believe the planning work starts in 21 and then the construction work is in 23. So it's not planned to be active work for a 3-year site.
Oh, okay, there's no explanation. I just gathered that the one on the next page talks about the 2 others, and that's the actual construction. So I just put it all together. They're all construction as opposed to any planning in there. Okay.
Okay, good. Councillor Mayor Benevik, your turn.
Thank you, and apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to have you go back to 152 for 1 second. And it didn't say anything about this, and originally sort of didn't faze me because it was because it's around the corner from my house. But because I'm 5 houses in from the corner, just to be safe, I will declare a conflict on Franklin Street from Weber to Trafalgar, because it's 5 houses from my house.
Sure. Sorry, what page is that again?
Page 152, Franklin, Weber to Trafalgar.
152, and okay. Thank you. And Councillor Fernandez, then I have you in the queue as well. No? Okay. Okay, there's no one else in the queue, so we'll move on to, let's deal with sanitary and storm on 169 and 171. So that's 169 to 171. Any questions on these pages? Councillor Singh.
I was planning, I had some conflicts with some road reconstruction. Can I just point them out at the end of it, or do you prefer I do it now? It just kind of came to my mind as Mayor Benevik pointed out his.
If you're ready to point them out now, I may as well.
Sure, very quickly. C-140 for Ottawa Street, Charles to Mill. C-144, again, Ottawa Street, Charles to Expressway. C-149, Sterling, dash Mauser. C-158, Sterling, dash Mauser to Greenbrook for property that are owned by my parents.
Well, thank you. Okay, and Councillor Fernandez.
Yes. Question on, oh darn if I lost my page.
Do you want me to come back?
Nope. Okay. Oh, I got it. No, I don't got it. Sorry. Yeah, I'll come back.
Sure, Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, on page 169, right at the bottom, Queens Boulevard Sanitary from Kelly to Overley. And I'm just wondering, and at the top of the page it says remediation improvements. So this is not a reconstruction totally, but just a remediation? Need some direction. This is a new project, so I didn't realize there's an issue there. And if you're just doing sanitary, why would you not do anything else? I don't know.
Councillor Yaneski, if I direct your attention to the screen there is a slide that's referring to it. Let me know if that satisfies your question.
And there's a lift station there too?
Through the chair, no, there is no lift station there. The funding, because this is a new project and there was no funding for it, we've cobbled together some funding from the trenchless rehab account and some from the lift station replacement account, which are both sanitary funded.
Sorry, what's the last part with lift station?
The lift station replacement account is a sanitary funded account, so we've pulled funding from there to fund this unfunded project.
Okay, but there's no lift station. I didn't think there was.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yep, thank you. So I found it was on page 169, Bean Drive Sanitary Trunk Extension, slated for 2020. Is this work or is this studies?
Sorry, which page?
169.
69. Sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not sure who's, Mr.
Okay.
Gross can take this.
Well,
Mr. Gross is coming down.
Okay.
I mean, I can safely assume that 788,000 is not just studies, but it seems to be a bit premature considering, I mean, not premature maybe because it's been on the books for a long, long time, but I would imagine we would need to do significant work around the wetlands and where Bean Drive would connect to Strasbourg Road, because that the piece of Strasbourg Road that it would connect to has been moved, right?
Through the chair, that funding is for an EA, environmental assessment, as well as a preliminary design at this point. And essentially, Councillor Fernandez is correct that the extension would probably mirror an extension of Bean Drive extension with an intersection at Robert Ferry Drive.
Okay. Is this project dependent on the outcome of the EA, or is it absolute?
It's absolute. The EA will not establish the need, but the EA will establish the location and the how to install it without impacting the natural environment.
So this is probably a further question that I need to have with you one-on-one, so I'll table that for now, because I think there's more I need to ask about. I want to ask about the stormwater monitoring program.
Page 170, very at the top.
170? I was just going to say that. So, Mr. Golan, we've got a number of miscellaneous creek rehabilitation here with no identification of which creeks, the timing or anything like that. I know it might be a little bit premature. And the water course improvement programs to the tune of significant dollars here. Is there a way for us, and I know it's on that huge implementation program chart, but is it possible for us to get some understanding, maybe before final budget, which projects we anticipate or we're preparing for over the next year?
Yes, through the chair, the implementation plan, which is available online, has a detailed chart for each of the program line items. And within each program, there are discrete projects which are identified with approximate dollar values for each project as well.
And I understand that they're online. The challenge is that citizens in general are not going to be looking for that information online. So this is a great opportunity for us to, show that bit of extra bit of transparency for the public to know that this is where their stormwater management, their stormwater charges are going, so they can prepare mentally, emotionally, because sometimes they get that vested interest into those stormwater ponds. So if we could have that in hard copy, I think that would be really appreciated for the public to have that access to that. I mean, I appreciate it's online. I don't know how many citizens would actually go online to be looking for that. Thanks.
Okay, any further questions?
Nope, that's it.
No, okay. Two people still in the queue. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, quick question on page 171, the swim enhancements. Could someone tell me what that 300 is for? It says park swimming. Is that Park Street or a park?
No, through the chair, that is, there are a number of projects planned. The majority of the work doesn't begin until 2022. And this is where we've identified locations in parks where we can retrofit or incorporate stormwater management infrastructure where there is currently zero stormwater infrastructure. An example, the latest one to be added in was for Victoria Park Lake. So in the common green area there, we've identified that as a potential location for underground storage, so we can meet multiple objectives. We can continue to use it as an amenity or recreational space while underground, incorporating underground storage chambers that would provide the water quality control before releasing it to the natural environment.
But not necessarily floodwaters sitting on the common, which I have never seen. So.
No, correct. So our intention is not to take away from the recreational value of that area, but to still utilize it underground.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ineski.
Yeah, Mr. Nolan, in regards to the program, I'm not sure in those 2 pages, 70 and 71, where it's identified, if it's identified at all. But you may recall that you and I met out on site with another one of your colleagues back beginning of the year or last year on the Voisin Greenway and the flooding that's taking place during high-intensity storms and the flooding that goes into some of the backyards, and of course those people are filing claims against the city. Is there anything in here that would be addressing those issues of the flooding and how to address that?
Through the chair, we looked at the Voisin Greenway as part of the comprehensive master plan, and there was a section identified which is a bit further downstream from the area where we met, where the concrete bag walls or the walls of the channel are beginning to collapse, and in time will threaten the road infrastructure if the banks start to erode away. So that section has been identified in the capital plan. However,
which line is that under?
That is under watercourse improvements.
I'm sorry?
Watercourse improvement program.
Okay.
And based on the implementation plan, that area is scheduled currently for 2020. And that was based on priority assessment of all the different erosion areas that we identified and weighted against each other to determine in what order we would do that work.
Right. Now, and I can understand you're talking about the erosion of the banks and the crumbling of some of those original concrete sandbag type walls. But some of those other properties, that's not the issue. It's just it's overflowing. Maybe the height of the banks is not high enough to prevent that. Is that part of the master plan review?
So there are a couple of things worth considering. A component of that is maintenance of the channel, and I believe there was some maintenance work done there as far as removing vegetation and overgrowth within the channel, which will help the water flow through there. As well, we currently have an application into the National Disaster Mitigation Program to enhance our modeling that we currently have of our stormwater network, so that looks at the modeling of all our sewers, and eventually want to integrate the water courses to that as well. And if we are successful in that application, one component of that is to look at that specific area that you mentioned to determine what type of flood elevations we're dealing with, what the impacts are of different storm events, and the upstream development that's taken place to see what type of solution we may be able to come up with for that area. So it is on our horizon, it's on the radar for us to do additional work there to determine what the best next steps forward would be.
And that's at least 2-3 years down the road, you're saying?
We may begin the modeling this year, so we may start that work this year, but as far as seeing any construction work happening, that would be a number of years down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions in this section. We'll now do transportation. Let's go from 172 through to 174. 172 to 174. Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, there was a question that came up earlier today regarding stormwater management related to Schneider Creek and the limits of work that were requested for more information. So Mr. Golan can highlight what those limits of work. Councillor Yunetsky answered that or asked that question earlier today during DCs, I believe.
Mr. Golan?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to elaborate on that. That funding through the DC funding for 2022-23 is for the section of Schneider Creek between Manitou and Hayward, as well as Homer Watson to the Grand River.
Okay. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. I want to touch on the issue of the parking garage on page 173, and I want to thank staff for the extra 2 pages at 99C and D that were forwarded to us. Do you want to say something before I make comments?
Through the chair, if I may, maybe provide a bit more background. So there's a very short presentation related to this before we get into discussion around it.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I'll hold off on my questions until he's done.
Certainly. If you want to cue back in, then we can go from there. Mr. Reedman, go ahead.
Thank you. So before I start, I want to say in my professional opinion, I very much agree with members of council that we don't want to build a parking garage if we don't have to. So I'm going to present some information in these 4 short slides, which present a range of scenarios that we're trending towards right now based on a number of scenarios that are happening with development around the downtown. So if you look at the top left pie chart, and I apologize, the font's a little bit small, but the main part of that pie chart, which is from the Transportation Tomorrow survey, which looks at how people travel to the downtown in the city of Kitchener. In 2006, there were 80% of trips into downtown were driver, and another 9% were as passenger in a car. So 89% were based on auto, and then the remainder of that was broken down between walking, cycling, and transit use. In 2011, the data was quite similar. So we have about 79% as a driver, and then another 10%, or 89% in total, just like in 2006, were driving. There is a limitation with the 2011 data, which is that the census data that it's based on did change in 2011. So we are waiting for the 2016 Transportation Tomorrow survey to be released, which is anticipated this fall. The pie chart on the bottom of the graphic shows the region's 2031 target for downtown Kitchener. So that is a reduction of about 20% of driving into downtown, and that factors in ridership along the LRT. So to put this in a bit of context, in 2011, the Transportation Tomorrow survey for the City of Toronto had about 25% of all trips into the downtown in the morning on transit. So that is a fairly aggressive target with LRT being built to shift away from that auto mode by 2031. So we are doing a parking study as part of, it's been highlighted in the business plan, and that's really looking at ways to maximize our parking usage downtown, to shift people to other modes, as well as to look at possibilities to defer the need of a parking garage moving forward. So to do that, we looked at breaking down the downtown zone into 3 areas. So a west section, which is from Water Street over towards the rail line, a central section between Water Street and Queen Street, and then an east section from Queen Street over towards sort of the Chinatown or international part of downtown. And the reason why we broke that down into 3 different zones is because we know development's happening in different phases in those different zones, and we have parking structures located in different areas. So we want to know sort of the surplus and the demand moving forward for parking in those different areas. So that leads to this chart, which there's three scenarios that are presented. So the third column shows a 1.8% growth in employment development in downtown, as well as a 10% decrease in auto use into downtown, so about half of what our target is looking for 2031. There are a few assumptions in this because we do have to base all of these future projections on assumptions. So one of those assumptions is that all the surface lots are redeveloped over the next 20 years to build into some of this demand requirement, as well as that about 50% of new spaces are provided in new development. So we recognize that not all development can incorporate parking into it, such as renovations to existing warehouses, which are a significant asset for our tech companies and a lot of our startups. So under this model, we're projecting an overall deficit of parking of about 600 parking spaces in downtown in the future. The best case scenario, which means we meet our target of about 60% driving and then the remainder taking other means to downtown, excuse me, we're still projecting a deficit of about 350 spaces in the downtown area. A worst case scenario, which is likely not to happen, but we did include it just because it is a potential future, is a development in our employment almost doubles to our parts full build out, and that would result in about 2,000 space deficiency in downtown. So lastly, there are no decision points today on building a parking structure. This is just to help provide some information on why we are projecting a parking structure in the future. However, in light of these projections, there is currently a forecasted need for a parking structure. Currently, a best case scenario would see a need for a minimum of 350 space garage in the west end of downtown. But any staff recommendation related to a significant investment like this would come forward with a robust business case at a much later date, closer to 2022, and would use best knowledge at the time to really update those projections. So right now we are basing it on existing trends, but we would continue to update this as we move forward because, as I said earlier, our goal is not to build a parking structure if we don't have to, but we do want to plan for that potential scenario.
Thank you. Just before we get to questions, if I could just get Mr. Haggie, if you just want to comment on the implications from a resident or tax base perspective on this item as well.
Yeah, through the chair, just if you look at the funding sources for a parking structure, it would be borne by the parking enterprise, the way that it's funded, not property taxes. So any impact would be borne by the people that are using parking, not by the average taxpayer.
Thank you. That's important. So there are currently 5 people in the queue, 6 people in the queue, beginning with Mayor Vabenovich.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for the additional information, because I think it is very helpful and allows us to understand some of the potential realities that we might be incurring. I presume this model is also built on assuming that transportation methods are going to continue in the present way. In other words, we haven't considered the impact of autonomous vehicles and so on. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Justin, did you want to comment on that one? I didn't see your light on. So.
Can you cue in? Are you cued in?
Through the chair, so we did look at all potential scenarios, and we would update the business case as we move forward to track those. So right now it's very preliminary stages of autonomous vehicles, and there are a number of different hypotheses of what that would look like in the future.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, did we at any point look at the potential for alternate parking methodologies? In other words, parking off-site, using, for example, the auditorium parking lot, running shuttles, or would that be part of a future business case?
Through the chair, so we have included that in part of the study review. And even looking at sort of the balance between parking in the east side versus the west side and different options to help rebalance sort of the supply versus the demand in the short term. So we continue to look at those moving forward.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I guess what I will say, and I've been quite clear in the past that I'd be very reluctant to see us building another parking garage in the downtown before every other opportunity is explored. And so, to be clear, I would expect as we go into the future that we look at things like the impact of autonomous vehicles, that we look at the impact of modal shifts in transit, that we put as much responsibility on the developer as possible before we would consider, and that we would look at other alternatives. And I think all of those things would need to be achieved before I would consider, if I'm around at the time, the need to build a new parking garage. Having said that, it's also a responsibility to be prudent and use the information that we have to prepare for what might be a need in the future based on the best information that we have today. And I can say that, I mean, I'm already getting parking complaints in the West End from people who are trying to park right now as they go onto the GO train in the morning, and there's not enough parking available in the morning. So we are dealing with some of those issues. So I really want to thank staff because I think they've done a lot of really good work to get to this point. I think it's prudent to set some money aside because dollars, some dollars will be needed to address this issue. How much we don't know, and I mean there'll be many budgets between now and both 2022 and 2026. And finally, I really think we need to explore more of those other opportunities. Because, as an example, I not that long ago sat in on a presentation amongst planners at the University of Waterloo, and one of the models that was used was a situation in, I believe it was New Jersey, where they used an out-of-downtown parking lot and then partnered. In this instance, it was purely Uber, but it could be a partnership with the equivalent of Grand River Transit and the local taxi industry and Uber to move people around and not have the costs associated with building a 40,000 per spot plus parking garage. So I think we need to put our head around all that, test people's willingness to explore options like that in terms of those who are driving and commuting, and all of that would need to be part of a future study coming forward. So in looking at this, that's the lens that I'm looking at it going forward. It's a far cry from making any decision. It's simply recognizing it's an issue we're going to need to deal with.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. My questions on that topic were already asked. I do want to ask about the Iron Horse Trail. Are we there at this time? Not yet? Okay, I'll cue back in.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, V.C. Schneider. My question is to Mr. Reedman as well. When we look at these projections, are we looking at any unforeseen contingencies in there that could change the parking in general?
Through the chair, so there are a number of different factors, depending on council's investment in cycling could shift the mode share, depending on autonomous vehicles, different trends, uptake of the LRT. There are a number of factors, and this garage is in the 10-year forecast at the end of the forecast, so our plan is to continue to revise that to make sure if we have to build a garage, that we build the right size garage and nothing more than we need to build.
Okay. I guess my second question would be, are we looking at, more or less looking at when we see parts that we do more of the, like we're discussing on one of the other properties on King Street 30, I can't recall which one, with Perimeter Group, where we're looking at more of shared parking services from the private development. Is that going to be our major focus, because with new development moving forward?
Through the chair, so shared parking is allowed in our zoning now. So if it's a mixed-use development on site, residential and office can theoretically use the same space. So development is moving towards that model, and we are promoting that because we don't want to maximize, or we don't want to build more parking downtown than we need, because we want a vibrant, compact downtown. So the less parking requirements we have downtown, the more compact we can get some of the developments and meet our growth targets for the city.
Okay. I think your forecasts are pretty decent, and I'm glad that we're looking at all the angles, because I think this is a changing, revolving issue that we have to tackle. So I do appreciate that you guys are looking at this and brought this in additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in complete agreement with everything that was said by Mayor Vivanovic. I appreciate that we have to look forward to, and plan accordingly, but, trends to transportation as well as different technologies are, transformational technologies are very close, just over the horizon. So as we plan for it, I think we need to be vigilant and explore those options that will be viable in the near future, so that we're not building structures unnecessarily. And the other is, as we plan, I know this is not necessarily budget related, but I still want to be able to say that point, is that we need to start looking at planning all around our downtown in pick-up and drop-off zones, and especially as we are looking at car share and autonomous vehicles. So it's not that parking or spaces will not be necessary at all. It's just where and how many that may factor. But I think what needed to be said was said very well by Mayor Vivanovic. The other point is for 99, the issue paper, C99, for monies being allocated towards Brom Street. I do have my parents own property near that location, so for that particular point, I will declare a conflict as we vote on it.
Very good. Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just on this topic, I would suggest we're going both ways at once. I'm also opposed to building unnecessary parking garages. And I wonder, maybe I could get an answer on this question, if the purpose is to encourage a reduction of car use in future years, why are we currently cutting back on cycle parking areas in downtown projects like Charlie West that, in my opinion, could be used by cyclists instead of car drivers? We could find a way to make use of, without reducing them, those bike parking spots for people biking into the downtown. Part of that question is to Mr. Reitman, are we working with planners who are currently cutting back on cycle places in those new downtown buildings?
Through the chair, we have changed our zoning requirements to require secure bike parking in all new developments, so office development as well as residential development. I believe the rate in residential is 1 bike parking space for every unit, which is similar to what we require for vehicular parking. So my understanding is we are requiring parking in new development, which was not required even 2 years ago.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the Charlie West development is about to go up to 31 stories instead of 24. And I know for sure one of their suggestions is to cut back on secure bike parking spots.
Okay, I don't think staff's prepared to respond to that at the moment. Councillor Etherington, not terribly budget related. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah. So related to the parking prediction models, I would expect that we've also discussed with the region about the transit hub and what parking initiatives they may be taking as they build that out.
Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, yes, we are aware of the parking requirements that are needed. I know they are doing additional study there. We do know that based on site constraints, they are not able to meet all of the required parking on site. So that's why we did factor in a 50% on-site parking into our parking demand projections, because we know there are certain size properties or different types of sites that will not always be able to meet all the parking requirements downtown.
Right. We have trans demand management initiatives to the tune of $424,000. Is that helping offset the amount of cars coming into the downtown core? Is that helping generate that change in modal shift or not?
Through the chair, so if you look at the 2006 data to 2011 data, we have had a 1% increase in cycling, which is fairly significant given that there's about 32,000 trips in and around the downtown. So 1% of that is fairly significant. We do know that the biggest barrier to getting more cyclists is a complete and connected, appropriately designed infrastructure network, which is why we have the issue paper asking for an additional FTE so we can build out that cycling network more quickly than possible.
That's a sneaky way of getting that in there, you know. Kudos to you for doing that. So you would say that we are incrementally moving towards the transportation demand management incentives are actually starting to show some results?
Through the chair, things like having the bike valet at different events have shifted the way people come downtown for different events and try out cycling even recreationally to help promote commuter cycling. I know a lot of that fund does go towards our staff, which then implements our cycling infrastructure. So a lot of items in the budget related to Iron Horse Trail and other factors are in anticipation of trying to build that complete, well-designed network as soon as possible to try and really get that shift of the majority of cyclists, which is the 60% that are interested but concerned based on the infrastructure. We want to get to that point as quickly as possible so that we can start making real shifts in mode share. Municipalities that have invested heavily in cycling have seen 800% increases in cycling ridership for commuter cycling.
Okay, a quick shift to my questions. Just as I was looking out, the Charles and Benton Garage, for 2019, we see a sudden spike increase in funds for that. What's happening to that garage that is not happening to the other three garages?
Through the chair, can you...
Sorry, page 173. I really have been bad today about that. Sorry, 173. In 2019, I know it's a year out, but we see a $136 increase in funding to the Charles and Benton parking garage, and that I don't see any changes in the other ones.
Through the chair, that's the upgrade to the LED lighting that we're going to be putting in. And so that's the last one. This year we did Duke and Ontario Garage, so this will be the last garage for the LED lighting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Neski.
I was looking at the map on page 99B that you've had, and I just sort of sketched on the parking garages that we have with the city in both the east and the central area. And I know there was the former Market Square parking garage there that's still open to the public, right?
That's correct.
And then, of course, there's a number of outdoor parking lots that are owned privately as well, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is there any intent by the private industry to build a parking garage that we may not be aware of? Or would they be in that, or are they just not interested at all?
Through the chair, I've not heard of any private developers or private companies like in that area that is planning on doing any garages. I know there's 900 car spot right at the old Market Square shopping center, and I believe they're not 100% full with Stantec pulling out a couple of years ago. So I haven't heard any new developments for a new garage at this point.
Okay. So then continuing on that same line, with the implementation of the LRT system and the region working on the hub of King and Victoria, and building their new transit center eventually, and all the attraction that's happening there. And since all of this is regional projects, is the region maybe interested in building a garage to connect to people to come down there, since the mayor mentioned there's a deficiency in the area, the GO trains will be increasing and all that. Would there be a need for that the region maybe have something on their books?
Mr. Reedman, what's the region thinking?
Through the chair, so parking is something that the city is primarily responsible. If you recall, to the Civic District, the region did contribute funds to utilize the parking garage, but the city has built it and maintained it, so there's a partnership with the region. So we would look at continuing those types of partnerships with people, but we would likely be the owner and operator of municipal type parking structure.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. This may be a question that might be better answered offline, but when we're talking about upgrading our parking garages to LED lighting, and I know it's a little early on this, but do we have any idea of our savings in the operations once they're installed?
Through the chair, I know I have it built in our operating budget. I'm going to guess at this point about $15,000-$20,000 a year in hydro savings. I don't have that number handy at this point.
Okay, great. We can connect offline too, but that's great. Thank you.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. I had to step out for a minute, so apologies if my comments are similar to someone else's, but just on this issue, just again very briefly, I would agree that I think with all of council pretty much agrees that the last thing we really want to do is build another parking structure, and I don't really think that, even though it's listed in our document as that, it might not necessarily be that. It could just, we can look at it as a placeholder for how we're going to tackle the parking issue on a go-forward basis. And I have the highest hopes for items like driverless cars and that sort of thing to solve our problem as well. But in the meantime, I think we really have to, while we're hoping for the best in terms of these situations, I think we have to budget for the worst. So I think it's appropriate. So again, there's no further questions on this section, so we will finish up the final parts of the page flip, which takes us to 181. So again, that's pages 176 to 181. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, just a quick question on the Rockway Gardens capital upgrades. Is this, I know that I've been part of some, page 178. I know that, Ms. McGoldrick, you've been part of some meetings and conversations with myself and some of the board members of the Horticultural Society. Is this how we're going to start addressing some of the deficiencies at the Rockway Gardens?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, that's correct. I know our manager of park operations has been working closely with Catherine from the Horticultural Society and have identified needs for the Rockway Garden, the capital rehabilitation needs. And so, yes, this is to address that.
Okay, that's good to know. I think that is such a important feature at the entrance of our city that we really need to, and it's so well used. Don't go there on a Saturday because the wedding lineup is crazy. I think that's all I have right now, and I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the Emerald Ash Borer program. Can staff tell us about what's happening in 2018 and 2019? It's very different from the subsequent years.
Page 179.
Page 179.
So through you, Chair, an update on the Emerald Ash Borer. I can say that the tree removals are almost complete. We're down to approximately 150 remaining to be removed, and that will occur over the course of this winter into 2018. Then stumpings should be complete in 2018, and then it's really the focus will be in addressing the backlog in tree replacement or tree planting. And we do have a significant backlog of approximately 3,000 trees still to be planted, and so that will be the focus of the program in 2018 and beyond.
Okay, thank you. That's great. And then about the Iron Horse Trail issue paper, which is page 197. I'm excited to see that the consultant looking at designing this is the one who worked on the Spurline Trail. I'm just wondering, will we be looking at a similar level of lighting with as the Spurline Trail, and will the lighting be dimmable and changeable from an off-site location?
Okay, so through you, Chair, just looking at some of my colleagues and friends around
Mr.
the
Reber,
table.
they'll have the smart controls in these lights?
Through the chair, yes. So I have talked to ops staff about including the sensor and the node device to be able to dim the lights on the Iron Horse Trail as well.
Okay, so that we're looking at that happening. Okay, great.
The one other caveat is that this does require grant funding as part of the project. So we are looking at using the Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Fund to fund a lot of this component of the project, so that is subject to the provincial approval through that.
Okay, thanks. And is there any money in this budget for a big Welcome to Kitchener sign at the part where the Iron Horse Trail meets Waterloo? Because I've had some complaints where there's a big Welcome to Waterloo sign going the other way, but not a Kitchener sign. So please consider adding that.
Very good. Councillor Singh?
Yes, on C-177, before I ask my question, quick clarification. What's the difference between neighborhood park, where was I? I lost track. Oh, there you go. Central area park rehabilitation and just neighborhood park rehabilitation. What's the difference between the two?
So through you, Chair, the central area park is location specific to the central area.
So downtown?
Slightly outside of the downtown.
General downtown area.
That's correct. Yeah.
So general downtown area, if you look at the two lines comparatively, 125, 165, 250, just 3 years going forward, and neighborhood parks rehab, that's citywide, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that's 110, 112, 114. Are we giving the due care to our already established neighborhood parks and play structures citywide in comparison? So I'm a little surprised in seeing what's being allocated just for the central area as opposed to citywide. Why the disparity?
Okay, so through you, Chair, it's an interesting question. We do know that the parks within the central area are quite a bit older, and so therefore are in need of rehabilitation. The neighborhood park rehab and the neighborhood park development are two line items that look to parks throughout the city. And neighborhood park development would be for parks that have new either growth or enhancements associated with them to address growth. And then neighborhood park rehabilitation is specifically for rehabilitating parks. Okay. So we do have a prioritization exercise associated with selection of parks, candidate parks for rehabilitation. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, it does. I don't know how and how that metrics is conducted. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but there are parks in the ward I represent, Ward 6, and it's not a central neighborhood. And some of those parks is just shameful in the current state with the play structures and the parks themselves. These are smaller parks, but they're still very important to the neighborhood that they exist in. So my question again goes back to, are we really funding sufficient amount to meet that, that need? And if not, or have we done an overall review or a master plan for neighborhood parks or existing parks?
So through you, Chair, in terms of the park prioritization process and the overall strategy, there is the park strategy that informs the way we operate, maintain, and rehabilitate parks. So there is an overriding park strategy. And can you repeat your other question, Councillor Singh?
Are we looking at doing more of a master plan, or looking at how we establish that? Again, I'm sure my colleagues will chime in if they disagree, but I'm not necessarily satisfied with the timelines that are already in place that some parks will be rehabilitated or play structures will be brought to more modernization. And some of these play structures are 40, 50 years old. And there's nothing in the timeline even when inquired. So that's what leads me to question, how do we prioritize and are we funding enough? And have we established and looked on an overall citywide strategy of our existing parks? And if not, when was the last time we did a master plan? Or have we ever done a master plan?
So through you, Chair, the master plan, I believe, was done in 2010. Was completed in 2010. There's a desire to refresh that master plan, and so that's something as part of the budget discussions this year we did talk about and are looking to incorporate over the next few years, similar to the leisure facilities master plan, which would also provide guidance in terms of the park strategy process.
And that's where I'm kind of at a loss a little bit. As I said, there's a serious need on some neighborhood parks in the ward I represent. So how do we individually say, okay, my park needs attention before somewhere else? So again, I'll leave it with a comment. I encourage this refresh of the master plan. 2010 was a long time ago. It's 7 years going. So we do need to relook at this, and I think there is a serious need existing in our community. We build new parks. That's great. They're fantastic. But we need to reflect on our current existing assets that we have in our older neighborhoods. Thank you.
I've had this conversation, if I can just chime in for a second, conversation with staff on occasion too, and there is a master list of the playgrounds in the city and their age and their end of life and their expected replacement. So all that information is there. But if you want to have that follow-up conversation, Councillor Singh, I'll cue you in.
I realize that, as I said, there are swings in Ward 6 that I would not feel safe sitting on, or play structure that I would not feel comfortable having my child go play there. And that's why I asked that question. So.
Yeah, I fully understand. I just wanted to provide that backlog, and hopefully I won't see any swings anytime soon, Councillor Singh. Councillor Yaneski. Pardon me, did you have a response?
Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I missed that.
Through you, Chair, and sorry to keep the discussion going on this. Just wanted to talk a little bit about playgrounds because you mentioned specifically playgrounds, and playgrounds are inspected on a regular basis and provided a condition rating. And so that is, there is a separate playground general provision item. You are correct in terms of there is a life cycle, typically 15 to 20 years for play structure, but there are elements that we can do from an operating and maintenance perspective to prolong that life. And so certainly, when you look at neighborhood parks, the playgrounds are all prioritized based on those condition inspections and our assigned condition scores, and I'd be happy to share information with you if you have a concern about a particular park.
Yeah, that's exactly what I will do. I'll bring to your attention of one or two areas that do need some serious attention. But again, I'll go back to my initial comment. I think we do need to refresh and look at the overall strategy.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Yaneski.
I'm just getting back to the page 179 in the Emerald Ash Borer. You mentioned that there'll be planting from some 3,000 trees, roughly, that you anticipate. Will these be all the replacement for the trees, or I know I've had requests from constituents about their individual street trees on different streets in my ward. Would that include those as well, or is that under a separate category?
So through you, Chair, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. The 3,000 trees, about 2,100 of those are related to the Emerald Ash Borer, and 900 are general replacements in general related to other removal reasons.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again on Emerald Ash Borer, I'm surrounded in my ward with ash trees that are on private property that are either dead or dying. Do we have any plan to help people replace those trees, or is it totally a private responsibility?
So through you, Chair, one of the things we're looking at, and some of the feedback we received through the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy, has been around how to assist residents in terms of, and what we're really hearing about is the need for information. And so looking at how we can get information out to residents, how we can perhaps partner with other groups to provide assistance to residents. So that's certainly something that we're considering through the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy, which will come back to Council in 2018.
Thank you. And my other quick question, on that same page, the urban forest, I presume that relates to the canopy, tree canopy in the city, am I correct? Because that does not seem like a lot of money for something that council has determined, I believe, as one of their priorities.
Yes, through you, Chair. That is related to specific urban forestry initiatives, whether it be planting or studies such as inventories, etc.
And they refuse to give you more money, is that?
Yes, through you, Chair. We also fund the operation program through the operating budget. My sense is that when we bring forward the urban forest strategy, we'll be identifying programs and practices associated with implementation, and we'll be examining our existing funding availability.
Okay, it's very important. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And just to follow up on Councillor Etherington's comments, dealing with the urban forest and everything, one of the major factors that we're not really heavily incorporating right now with our operations staff and capital investment, but it's the matter with pruning and all that stuff. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that and how important that is that will save capital costs later on?
So through you, Chair, yes, one of the areas from a maintenance program that we feel would be very beneficial is investment in structural pruning activities. And so by doing a more proactive pruning cycle where we look at the configuration of the tree and ensuring that it has resiliency in the event of storm events, we anticipate that investment would realize risk reduction and potentially long-term savings. So that's another program element that we would bring forward under the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy.
Okay, that's excellent. Would additional funding, like right now, because by the time you bring this forward, the urban forest, would additional funding be helpful with regards to that pruning? Because I know as council, we're looking at on our last operating budget, I proposed that 50,000 or whatever whatever was remaining in assessment growth be used to pruning. Would that be useful?
So through you, Chair, so certainly every dollar.
You realize you're asking an operations person if more money would help them.
The reality is that in order to implement a more proactive program, we do need additional resources, and that means people as well. And so the $50,000 we can certainly put to good use. However, really we need to look at a comprehensive overall program strategy and bring that forward for consideration.
And apologies, when did you say that was? I don't recall when that's going to be coming back to council.
That was late spring.
Late spring.
Yeah.
Okay, I do realize, but it is a bit of a capital issue as well. But thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, so a couple of the general questions on some of the other items. Community Trails General Provision, we've got over $400,000 allocated. Is there a list of trails that is going to involve in terms of work that's going to be done? I don't imagine it's just repairs. It could be some new trails. On page 176.
Yes. So through you, Chair, both our existing capital dollars and the 2018 trail projects have been identified. It's a long list, so I'm not sure if you want all that detail now, or I can certainly provide it following council.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have council have it. But again, when we're sharing information with the public. I mean, again, it may be on the website, but people really, I think it's beneficial for them to have an understanding of where trails might be going in the next couple of years, because sometimes, and we've seen this before, where a trail goes in and people are shocked and appalled because all of a sudden there's a trail going in behind them and then there never was before. I think that's good information to share publicly. So if we could have that list for final budget day, I think that might help any questions that may come out of that.
Ms. Fletcher, do you want to add?
Through the chair, I just a point of clarification. Are you looking at newly installed trails? Because what I can tell council is with the general provisions, I've asked staff for their lists and their prioritization process. And around existing trails, it's an extensive list, and it's quite a rigorous prioritization process that staff goes through. So my question comes back to, are you looking at a list of planned new trails for installation? Is that your major concern?
I think that would be the best step first, because, I mean, trails that are already there and improvements that are happening won't raise as much of, well, they may raise some serious concerns if they're in the condition like the one I call Old Carriage Drive trail. But I think it is important for us to have an understanding of where trails are planned in the next year or so.
Fair enough.
Okay. So my other question was around on 179, naturalization. So that you know, I mean, naturalization is an important component in how we deal with some of our natural areas. This is capital, so I'm expecting, are there other areas or new areas that we're going to allow to naturalize so that would offset our operation costs?
So through you, Chair, the naturalization line item is really related to the development of natural areas management plans. And through those management plans, associated works are identified, and that the local community is engaged through that process, and often take a lot of ownership and stewardship of their natural area. And so those works are identified in collaboration with the neighborhood and are implemented through this budget.
Okay. So this is not a new line, though, but it does seem like we've increased the budget on that, have we?
I would look to Mr. Ritz to see if we've increased the budget historically.
Through the chair, this line item was introduced many years ago, and it started out very small, and the intent there was to start tackling some of our natural areas, get in there, do a management plan, and then start to do some work. So through the capital forecast, it has a steady increase to it.
Okay, so just off the top of my head, I'm just thinking one of those naturalized areas might be Brigadoon Woods between Brigadoon Pond and Ward's Pond. So are we talking about that kind of, but that's operation. We're not going to acquire any more land around there.
Through the chair, the intent is through our existing natural areas, do management plans where we haven't done them before, and see what work we need to do to continue the management of those areas.
So if it's capital, I would have assumed that we would be acquiring more area to naturalize. But what I'm hearing is it's actually a plan to manage the already naturalized areas that we have.
Through the chair, existing areas, yes. Existing areas.
So we're spending $159,000 next year on a plan?
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, it's not just for planning, it's also for implementing work. So whether that's dealing with encroachments, whether that's dealing with invasive species, it could be a variety of works that's been identified through the management plan.
Can we have a better understanding of what that entails? Because I understand where there would be some cost to encroachments and invasive species, but if we're spending $159,000 on a plan, I would be a little bit concerned, because I think some of what I'm hearing should actually be operational and not capital.
Ms. Fletcher, did you want to comment?
Through the chair, I think staff has said there's a planning process, but there's an implementation of works. So we're happy to follow up with further detail.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm out of time, but I have one more question. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. In her comments, Councillor Fernandez mentioned that citizens might be surprised by a new trail popping up behind their homes. Have we ever put a trail in without engagement, to anybody's knowledge?
Through you, Chair, to my knowledge, no, but I would look to see if, typically with any of our capital projects, there'd be an engagement process associated with it. And so whether often our projects, our trail projects, partner with perhaps engineering through creek rehabilitation, and regardless of who initiates, there is a consultation program associated with capital projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, so going back to some questions around the Iron Horse Trail, and maybe I'm not seeing or understanding it correctly, but when I look on the issue paper, it says 2.65 million, but when I look at page 176, I see 2.9 million. What am I not understanding here? I apologize, but I'm just going to go back because I found the issue paper a little bit confusing, and I know what's happening there. And as I read it, I needed to read it 3 or 4 times before I really got the gist of exactly what is happening, what's been proposed, what's changed. So, maybe a little tweaking on the authoring of that issue paper may have helped some of us understand it better. I'm just assuming that I wasn't the only one, but. So 2 questions.
Yeah,
one was about the difference in what I saw on the issue paper and what I saw on page 176.
So through the chair, there's no difference. The total on 176 is 2.65 million. It's
Okay.
1350 plus 700 plus
Well,
600.
I think you're looking at the bridge repairs and everything else above that line. It's not the 2.9 at the bottom. That's everything above it.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry, the second question was?
So, yeah, just the second question was around a bit more of a clarification regarding the partnerships will reduce the initial cost estimate of 750 to a lesser amount of 500 to address the city's portion of these partnerships. So we're seeing a less cost for the work that's being done?
Ms. Fletcher?
Through the pardon me, through the chair, and I'll ask Ms. McGoldrick to give some detail. I can understand why this issue paper is confusing. I think the good news here, my understanding from staff, is all sections of the Iron Horse Trail are to be completed, and we also have a plan to light the trail.
Okay.
And I think the reference to a partnership is related to one section of the trail where there may be funding coming from a private partner.
So through you, Chair, just to confirm, the north section, the city's contribution is $500,000. The remaining funding is coming through partnership through land redevelopment adjacent to the trail, and also regional project associated with water supply connecting from Waterloo to Kitchener, and the preferred route is along the Iron Horse Trail. So there's a savings realized through that project as well.
Okay. So just going back to 176. So I'm looking at under 2018, $400,000. And then in 2019, $950,000, $700,000, and $600,000. And with a bottom total of $2.923 million. That's why I was confused with that number and the number on the issue paper.
Mr. Hagee.
Sure. The 2.9 million is a total of all projects on that page for 2019. So it is just the total, including community trails, parks and trails, and Iron Horse Trail.
Okay.
The value you should be looking at are the ones on the extreme right, the totals. So 1.35 million is coming from the capital pool. 700,000 is coming from grants and 600 is coming from Fed gas.
You're right. I apologize. I looked the wrong way. Okay. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, there is no one left in the queue, Mr. Hagee, so we're at that stage. Mr. Goldman.
We'll get the resolution up shortly. Again, it's a fairly short list, but we'll plug it in and put it up on screen just to confirm that we've captured things appropriately and look for a resolution from council.
Okay, the list is before us. Any concerns or tweaks? Councillor Fernandez?
I was just trying to find, I thought I had asked for something else, not related to trails. I'm trying to find it. I'll see if I can cue back.
Okay. Okay, not seeing anyone in the queue. It's moved by Mayor Vrbanovich. I think we should do recorded vote on the, actually that was for procedure, we'll do recorded votes on these ones. So recorded vote, please. Only one mouse, I see there. One vote for all of them, yes. Okay, voting is open. And that carries unanimously. Mayor Vrbanovich.
Okay. Call